Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Double kill! Your team destroyed a turret! Killing spree!
The higher
Legendary! Ally has been legendary! Double kill! Triple kill!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will defy you. The ignorant are fearless. Read my word. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down! Killing spree! Unstoppable! Double kill! Godlike! Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! Killing spree! People of Northern Vale may be defeated. We never Spirits of Northern
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to each and every one of you. Welcome to the Legends of Toa Payoh online tournament. My name is Abstract and I will be your caster for today. We'll be expecting a single elimination best of 3 series throughout the whole day. So we'll be expecting probably, I think, about 3 best of 3 games. And of course, at the grand finals, we'll be looking at a single best of 5. So in some sense, it's gonna be a long day, but in some sense, it's also a rather short day because if in the event that we're gonna play every single game in a row, or rather, if we're gonna look at every single game in the series, we got potentially like 14 games to watch. So I'm not too sure if whether we're gonna get that way for us. But if that's gonna be the case, then things are gonna get really really spicy. Now, of course, for those people that just came in, or rather, because since the stream literally just started, let me just introduce you guys to the prize pool. whereby we have $750 worth of vouchers to be given out, as well as 3,000 diamonds to be split amongst the players. But for now, all we have is that the fourth place winners will go back home with $100 SGD worth of vouchers. Third place with $150 worth of vouchers. Second place with $200 worth of vouchers, and finally first place with $300 worth of vouchers. Now, I would also like to thank PAYM Toa Payoh Central Youth Network I would like to thank PAYM Toa Payoh Central Youth Network, as well as Toa Payoh Central Community Club, as they are the organizers. I also like to thank the esports partners Goga, and finally the sponsors Kaiju, as well as Nasi Nuri. Not to forget, the prize pool is also sponsored by Moonton E Project. Now, for those people that just caught me say Kaiju and Nasi Nuri, you heard me right, because we do have two food F&B sponsors down with us today. Now, Kaiju is a Japanese restaurant specializing in the biggest and baddest bentos, like kaijus. Kaijus, monsters. So you can take a look at www.kaijukaju.com for more information on how they, what kind of bentos that they have. And trust me, they have got some mean bentos. By the way, they have truffles. And of course, Nasi Nuri serves what they describe as the Malay soul food, aiming to preserve authentic and traditional family techniques and recipe. It is MUIS Halal certified as well. To find out more, head down to www.nasinuri.com, which is NASINURI.com. Okay, so more about the game, the game rules and whatsoever. So all game rules apply. Like I said before, best of 3 and then best of 5 in the grand finals. The only thing that everyone needs to know and needs to put in your mind is that Esmeralda is banned. The reason for the ban on Esmeralda may very likely be towards that visual bug that we see on Esmeralda's shields. It may or may not be a visual bug, to be honest. There are people that actually say that it is a visual bug. Some people say that it is an actual bug. So it's rather tough to say, because the shields is actually only supposed to comprise 50% additional of your max HP. But we all see that, the shields go well above 50%. Some people say that it is still 50%. It's just a visual bug. Whenever you hit him, hit Esmeralda, most of the entirety of that shields is gone. Or rather, it from that, let's say that this is the health bar and the shields is like this. It is still 50%. But so whenever you hit a damage of 20%, it just goes down. It just goes down. But the 20% threshold is not as high as you would think. So in some sense, if you're dealing 1,000 damage, if you're dealing 1,000 damage, and the health pool of the Esmeralda, that is a lot of math going about, and I don't really want to talk too much about the math side of things. All right, so I'm not going to dwell so much about that, because we are not going to be seeing Esmeralda in today's game at all. Now, we also have the comment section on the right side, so please make full use of the comment section and just let everyone know which team you are supporting. Now, one thing for sure also is that we don't have the game just about yet. I'm just here to introduce the competition, let you guys know, and brief you guys a little bit about what is coming up for the Legends of Toa Payoh online tournament. So you guys will be well prepared and mentally prepared for what is about to come for you guys. So in the meantime, we're just going to go on to a short ad break before we even jump on to the next game. And hopefully by the end of the ad break, or by the end of that holding screen, we will give you the game number 1's drafting screen. So I'll see you guys later. Don't go anywhere.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike. Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! People of Northern Vale may be defeated. We never Spirits of Northern
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for waiting as we are now ready for game number 1 of today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and invite the first team that will be streamed today, Team Evolution. Evaluation. Evaluation. I said you change the E to A. Evaluation. Yeah. Evaluation versus Team JKASS, which will be the first game of today. Let me just reiterate that Esmeralda will not be allowed to be picked in this game, so we will not be seeing that anytime soon today. So, of course, if you've just joined in with us, welcome to the Legends of Toa Payoh Mobile Legends Tournament. And of course, this event is organized by the by PAYM Toa Payoh Central Youth Network, as well as the Toa Payoh Central Community Club. Our esports partner is Goga, and of course, thank shout out to the sponsors, which is Kaiju, and Nasi Nuri. As you can see from the prize pool, it is also sponsored by Moonton E Project with a total of $750 worth of vouchers to be given away, as well as 3,000 diamonds. I'll get back to you guys soon as to how the numbers are split for the diamonds, which place takes what, and etc, etc, etc. And so, without further ado, let us just jump right into the draft. Take a look at what kind of, well, heroes has been banned and what kind of heroes has been picked. So coming in from the left side, we do have some Yuzong as well as Fanny being banned out. As for the other side, Team Evaluation, we do have some Khalid being banned out. So nothing out of the ordinary, if you ask me. But the only thing that's non-ordinary is going to be that Fanny, followed by a single Kufra ban. So we're looking at quite a big amount of heroes that's still available, and namely is going to be Uranus. Uranus being available on the picking pool definitely allow JKASS to immediately pick that up with no questions asked. While Team Evaluation can just go straight in for some Atlas and perhaps some Selena if they're interested in some Selena action. But alternatively, there is still Fasa that is available to be picked, and it does seem like Team Evaluation is just going to immediately go straight for that. So they have to be, oh, perhaps not. Okay, yes, they are still gonna go for Fasa. So there are a couple of heroes that they would want to be really mindful of, and that is going to be Yuzong, which has already been banned. They have to be mindful of Hellcut, which can just jump in anytime that he wants, as well as another assassin such as Lancelot. Lancelot is definitely one big of a hero that you would want to be careful of, and this pretty much helps me understand why this team has eventually went for a Lancelot pick. I believe that I don't really have to go too much into details as to why Lancelot is even picked for this game. It's a great hero overall, and it does provide a lot more utility against a team that is running faster. Now, something that is a little bit out of the ordinary is that JKASS has opted to go for a Franco, despite the fact that they still have Hylos and Akai available to them. But hey, I'm not gonna talk too much about that. Perhaps they do have some interesting gameplay in mind. Team Evaluation, though, they're gonna go for the second pick, or rather the third pick, which is going to be the Ruby. With Loi being banned out, coming in from the right side, as well as JKASS, they are looking for the next one. They're looking for a ban on either a hyper carry or a single fighter, and I would suppose that they would go for the ban a single hyper carry. Available hyper carries out there is going to be Quad, Roger, Yi Sun Shin. Surprisingly, they have not banned the Yi Sun Shin, to be honest. It's been slipped out of the banning pool. So Team Evaluation, they don't really have to focus so much about picking right now. They would go for another fighter, which in this case could be a Xbox or Jawhead, and then followed by a Yi Sun Shin at their final, or could even be a Roger. In the meantime, JKASS, they have went for a Marsha pick. Now that is certainly out of the ordinary as well. JKASS picks are two of the picks rather is going to be quite a mystery for me, because I'm not too sure exactly why do they prioritize on either of these two heroes, namely Franco as well as Marsha. But perhaps they will be able to do something a little bit different for us today and show us a little bit of a good game for now. They're highlighting and of course hovering around Nana as well as Veil. Unfortunately, they did not pick up the Veil. They went straight for a Nana instead. There needs to be more heroes that picks up the Purify, because of the prevalence of the Atlas on the right side. So they have to be really careful. I'm not really sure which heroes should actually pick up onto the Purify, but it's kind of tough to say that because Franco does need a flicker if he does want to do some cheesy hooks up ongoing. Nana could pick up the Purify, but even if she does Purify, she's just going to save herself. And of course, she does have a passive, which is to Molina to get herself away, despite all of the efforts being taken to kill whoever linked up by the links. So I mean, alternatively, you would want to save up your Molina's gift as much as possible and not to pop it as soon as possible. So if you find yourself in an opportunity to pick up or rather pop the Purify from the Fatal Links, then I would say why not? Just go ahead and do it. So I'm not a big fan of Nana picking up the Flame Shot, but hey, different people have got their different points of view as well as their different gameplay. But from my point of view, I would say that having a Purify onto the Nana would be pretty good. When it comes to Uranus, though, I would say that, it is a little bit of the 50-50. You would want to stay alive as much as possible, and the problem of Uranus is that it can't take too much damage in such short time, which is burst damages. So, and making sure that you don't get linked up by fatal links is going to be pretty important. So I would actually focus and I will actually prioritize in taking the Purify over the Execute. So survivability over that aggressiveness that you will get in game. But it's just going to go straight for that. So I'm looking to see team evaluation with a really big and mean fatal links in order to end the game fast. So understandably, looking at the team lineup, team composition coming in from both sides, I would definitely place my bias more towards team evaluation lineup because of the fact that it is a more meta pick. It's a pick that I see pretty much more often, and of course, a really good hyper carry. Not saying that Lancelot is a bad hyper carry, but I will say that the amount of rotations and amount of aggressiveness that team evaluation is able to put out is definitely pretty darn good. Now, I'm also thinking and I'm also looking at Franco pick, the JKSS. There's very high possibility that they picked up the Franco, also because of the fact that the opponents has picked up a Fasa. And one of the main reasons that you pick up Franco is that you'll be able to land the Iron Hook a lot more easily onto a Fasa that has picked up on that has activated the Feathered Airstrike. And in the meantime, if you take a look at the bottom lane, we do have a little bit of a skirmish onto JKSS red buff, and I'm not too sure about this, but it does seem very likely that team evaluation has actually taken the red buff from the opposite side until we take a look at what Lancelot has gotten for him. But I would say that since Roger already have the purple buff as well as the red buff, it pretty much means that the team evaluation managed to steal the red buff away from JKSS. That pretty much means that team evaluation definitely have gotten themselves in a pretty good early start to their game. And as you can see, they're pretty much just focusing all of their firepower down to the bottom lane, immediately taking down the first turret in the bottom lane. Alvin L absolutely have no way to deter from this and of course repel the enemies. But it does seem like JKSS is a little bit too fast on their feet. They will be able to make their way all the way downwards, and of course a really good mobility coming in from Retry. Gets himself away right behind that wall, and of course popping out the Feathered Airstrike to help him get a little bit more zoning as well as aerial denial to push JKSS away. That the most important thing is that throughout all of that, they also managed to help team evaluations Atlas run away with even just a sliver of health. While at the top lane, we do have the Jawhead. Actually, we do have the Jawhead that's immediately gonna be picking up the first kill onto JKSS. Now, he's already at level 4. Managed to play slow and steady at the top lane, waiting inside the brushes, ready to bring out the Force Ejector as well as the Unstoppable Force right onto the head of Marsha. Marsha have no way of getting out from that situation, so I'm not surprised that that was the final lane, or rather the final game that has happened at the top lane. Jawhead definitely got himself a way better matchup against the Marsha, without a doubt, right? Especially since the Jawhead does have Iron Drive. Turtle has been slain, stolen away by the Uranus, not something that you would expect, but the Feather Aspect will be activated. Unfortunately, did not manage to get up the kill onto Alvin L. And of course, Roger picking himself with the second kill to the game. Alvin L went back into the fray, unfortunately only be picked off by more of the players from Team Evaluation. Things are not looking good, as Team Evaluation may actually go straight for a GG push pretty early into this game. They did not manage to take the Lord for themselves, but hey, the good thing is that they did manage to bring down the first turret in the bottom lane, and the top lane is certainly winning. A really good Purify attempt coming in from Retry, or rather not attempt, a really good Purify timing coming in from Fasa, just to ensure that he does not get hooked up by the opponent's Franco. If not, that could have been a really bad scenario for the Fasa. They know exactly what they need to do. They have a pretty good pickup of the amount of battle scars that they need to, and of course the whole rotation coming in at the top lane, a little bit overkill if you ask me, but I suppose that it still pretty much works well, as all of the enemies coming in from JKSS, they're literally going in one by one after another. Not exactly the best case scenario you want to see. JKSS, they have broken down in communication. The Marshal went down first, Sukidayo went in right after the death of his allies, and of course Lancelot went in to try to finish off one member, which is going to be that Atlas, although I wouldn't say that that was worth it at all. So JKSS, not a good start at all. We are looking at 5 minutes in, and already with 3,000 gold advantage in favor for Team Evaluation. Flakes with a really nice hook with his size, followed by a flicker, but unfortunately the sustainability coming in from the Uranus was just a little bit too much for the Ruby to even handle.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
Team Evaluation does seem like they are working things on a little bit slowly. We do have the turtle that has been spawned at the bottom side of the river. They are working to steal the Lord, or rather they're working to take the Lord as fast as possible. May very well be a 4 versus 4 situation. Kai goes into the werewolf form as he continues tumbling down onto the turtle. Not the best thing, I would say. It would be the best thing if they would actually just jump onto getting a kill onto JKSS, but regardless, they went through the risk. They went to get a kill onto the turtle, and of course high risk, high reward, I would say, putting themselves with still the 4,000 gold advantage and working towards getting more kills in the middle lane with a really good hook coming in from the Ruby, and follow up with a really deep dive down onto the turret. Now, I just realized that JKSS, they could have probably picked up onto the Popple and Cooper, because I realized that Popple and Cooper was actually not banned. More rotations coming into the top lane. Marsha finds himself in a really bad spot, and just like that, Team Evaluation has picked themselves up with another kill onto the head of Marsha. Marsha, you really cannot stay in the top lane anymore. You need to start rotating a little bit more and not fight head to head against this Jawhead, because Marsha stands no chance against the Jawhead, no matter what you like to think. A really good Fatal Link coming in with a 2-man hook, as well as an immediate Feathered Ass Strike coming in from Retry. 1 man down coming from Sukidayo, but it does seem like Nana, he did pop the Molina's gift, but not until the Roger picked up himself another kill to his name. And of course, Lancelot finds himself in a bad spot as well. He tried to turn things around, getting a kill on Kai, but unfortunately, that slashes, the amount of slashes that Lancelot is able to bring out is not enough, because that was only a single instant hit from the Lancelot towards the Roger, and they are unable to do anything at all. JKSS is playing a really individualistic manner, right? He's really individualistic. They're just literally going one after another. Marsha is still sticking himself at the top lane. As long as Team Evaluation just pushes up to the top lane, that is the death of the Marsha. Yes, as a fighter, you definitely want to push for the turrets as much as possible, but not if the top lane is entirely like unsafe territory. It's not the best thing that you'll want to do. It is going to be really tough for you to even do anything at the point of time. And here we have a single man kind of Fatal Link, followed by a Feathered Astra coming from Retry at the back lines. It is enough for them to get a kill on Christopher Ang, but at the cost of their own Atlas. But hey, good thing, the good thing is that it was a trade in the end. 1-for-2 trade. Christopher Ang as well as Halomi Sumin is going to be the one that's going to go straight down. And not to forget, Alvin Elf goes down as well. Kai, currently in werewolf form, he wants to go for the chase right on to the Lancelot, but unfortunately, it does seem like the puncture coming in from Lancelot will be able to draw himself with a little bit more distance away from the little werewolf over here.
Initiate retreat.
And the bottom lane push is coming down by Team Evaluation while the Atlas just waiting from behind with a 3-man one. The Fatal Lane is definitely the one that everyone will want to see with a really good kill coming in from Kai. A double kill, making a triple, or perhaps not. It was a kill still coming in from Ruby, not something that you'll like to see. But regardless of all that fact, JKSS has already lost 3 members of their team, and just like that, Team Evaluation can actually go for the GG push for Marsha, or rather the Uranus was a little bit too busy at the top lane. They have no way to even defend the core from Ruby, Fasa, as well as the big bad wolf. Team Evaluation gains themselves game number 1 from this best of 3 series against JKASS in the round of 16. We still have one more game to go by these two teams, and very likely we may see a little bit of change of pace from JKSS. I will say that the only mistakes that JKSS has been doing is that they are too involved in their role, especially for Marsha, right? Because what Marsha is thinking, right? I am a Marsha. I'm a fighter that excels in pushing. So I should always stick to my lane and try to bring the turrets down as fast as possible and as much as possible. It doesn't matter how many times I die. It doesn't matter how much I lose in lane. As long as Jawhead leaves the lane, I get the turret off of myself. Yes, that is absolutely right. But at what cost? Because Marsha literally does not have a lot of reinforcements at the top lane. He's constantly getting ganked. He's constantly losing in one versus one team fight, 1 versus 1 fights against the Jawhead, because we all know how or what Jawhead is capable of. And in fact, it would have been a lot better if the Uranus and the Jawhead, if the Uranus and the Marsha were to swap lanes. That would be a lot better because, well, Uranus definitely do stand a chance against the Jawhead. The amount of damage and instances from the smart missiles will stack up onto the passive from Uranus, and it really helps things a lot more for the Uranus. And most of the time, you wouldn't even expect that the damage coming in from the Jawhead onto the Uranus would deal much of a damage. So ultimately, I'm just a little bit disappointed with the amount of communication that's being laid down by Team JKASS. A lot of things could have been changed. A lot of things could have made better. But in the end, they could not make the communication down. Marsha at the bottom lane would have made so much more sense. And just like that, they have lost the game they have lost the first game, game number 1, best of 3. We'll be looking at game number 2 real soon. So I'm not too sure how exactly JKSS is going to change their drafting. And I think that from the way that they're playing, they definitely cannot play the Purple and Cooper because they don't go for a lot of ganks, right? They don't really tower dive as possible. Against this team from Team Evaluation, it does seem like they are a little bit more on the backs. They are playing things pretty passively. They do not want to jump onto the enemy unnecessarily. They will want to win in their own individual lanes and then subsequently work their way by feeding their hyper carry food as possible. So Popo and Koopa is a little bit more on the aggressive side, right? A little bit more aggressive, using Popo to jump onto the turret, get the stun down. Everyone else can join into the fray to under the turret's nose and kill whoever that they need to. And that just doesn't seem to work with the playstyle of JKASS. From their playstyle, it does seem like they need heroes that excel in their lane a lot. And of course, whatever that they do, once it reaches level 4, they need to know exactly how to do it. So Uranus is definitely a great hero for their side. I would say that Jawhead is definitely a hero that they need, and they ultimately need to prioritize on picking. So if you ask me, Uranus as well as Jawhead is a must pick for their side. And if they have the access to Yuzong as well as Khalid, by all means, all these 4 fighters is absolutely crucial to the playstyle of JKASS in order to win. And in fact, if they are able to even get the Yuzong, the Jawhead, as well as the Uranus, trust me, that is game over to the opponents. Or rather, it is perfect for their game because they can use the Yuzong as the hyper carry. Yuzong in the early stages of the game is really great at his lanes. No matter what you do, he's absolutely fascinating. He's really great at whatever that he's supposed to be doing. So if you put him as the hyper carry, he will be able to propel forward even more. He will have a good amount of sustainability. He can play a lot more aggressive, and in turn, GKSS's strategy may eventually evolve from that point on because they have the confidence to be pushing on to the enemies and trying to make a little bit more bold, a little bit more daring kind of play against the enemy's team. So hopefully that they'll be able to push team evaluation away. As long as they win their lanes, they're good because they are just holding on to the lanes. They need heroes that can survive, right? Heroes that can survive because the amount of rotations coming from team evaluation is all the way up here, while team JKSS is down here. They don't rotate. They don't move around a lot. And even if they do, the timing is not the best, right? JKSS timing is not as impeccable as the opponent's one because the opponents just roam together as a whole. While JKSS, they kind of straggle in one by one by one, which we saw at the top lane. The Marshall went down, and then Franco tried to go in and help. But in the end, it was just kind of like a detour. He go in and then wanted to go out only to die again because he doesn't have any escape mechanism. What Franco should do is just hide within the brushes, wait for someone to come, get a hook in, and hopefully go for a 2 versus 1 take and kill that specific person. But he walked in, walked out only to die. And then afterward, Lancelot tries to kill the Atlas. He managed to, but it was ultimately not a good trade. So unfortunately, it doesn't seem that good. So the dream matchup, all right, the dream lineup coming from JKASS, I would gladly say that it's going to be Yuzong, it's going to be Khalid or Uranus or the Jawhead together. So either one of these three, have 2 of them. So that is 3 members that's already been satisfied with their play style as well. So they need something a little bit more passive. If they're able to get someone that's able to initiate well, which is Atlas, that's good. But I don't think that they should be a team that plays Kufra, right? If they're able to, sure, by all means, try to go for it. Perhaps it's going to change their playstyle a lot more as well. But Akai would be a great addition to the team, right? A great addition to the team. Akai really helps to get the opponents away. It helps you to buy more time. And also, the final hero that they will need is can very likely be a Valir. Valir is great on the rotational side. Whenever you need to be a little bit more defensive, you can also just blast the opponents away with the second skill. You can pretty much fit Valir in most scenario, in most situations, right? There's almost no scenario would you see that Valir is not suitable for any kinds of playstyle, for any kinds of situations. So I would say Valir, very universal. Try to go for that, and I think that JKSS may actually stand a chance against Team Evaluate. Well, I'm not too sure exactly how they're going to be playing this out. I don't expect them to be so greedy to be able to pick up so many core and great heroes such as Atlas, Yuzong, Khalid, Uranus, Jawhead, all these 5 heroes. I won't expect them to get those heroes. So we'll just have to see how JKSS have got in store for us in game number 2. Let us take a look at the draft. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Legends of Toa Payoh. We're looking at game number 2 in match number 1. With Khalid as well as Yuzong immediately being thrown into the banning pool. Not my cup of tea that JKSS has went straight out to get a ban onto Yuzong though. Because Khalid is now is already banned out. They can actually force the ban onto Yuzong onto the opponent's side. But perhaps they just never really thought about getting the pick onto Yuzong or something like that. I'm not too sure. But team evaluation, they have went for the ban onto Kufra and followed by a ban onto Atlas from their side. So I would like to think a little bit more to JKSS side. So understandably, Uranus will be given away to team evaluation, right? They won't get the chance to pick up the Uranus because that's very likely like the first pick that you'll want to have. Or perhaps not. Team evaluation really likes the Fasa. They really like the Fasa and the amount of utility that Fasa is able to give out. So now JKSS, they have the opportunity to be pick out the Uranus again. So please pick up the Uranus, and also if you could pick up the Jawhead, because I think that the Jawhead and the Uranus does so well in the lane that you cannot ignore these 2 powerhouses. You need to pick these 2 heroes in order to get things to work out. Really. Really?
Thumb.
Really? Oh no.
Johnson.
Oh no.
Is picking.
Why? That's not good. Johnson is not good. There's no reason to be picking Johnson as the first to pick.
Roger.
I don't quite understand what is going on to JKSS's drafting. They definitely know. They definitely have what it takes, but I suppose that the only thing that is limiting them is their drafting. Why Guinevere?
Your team is banning.
What do they have in mind? They may actually have something up in their sleeves, something a little bit different, something that I've never seen before, something niche. But I won't expect that is top tier, right? Because this lineup from JKSS is gonna be tough to deal with team evaluation, right? It's gonna be very, very tough. Because once team evaluation realizes that, hey, there's a Johnson flying around, there's a Johnson just driving around, if you're able to avoid that rundown from the Johnson, you can immediately try to pick a fight, immediately look for someone to kill, and there won't be a tank there to help out. And also -1 from whoever is inside of the transformation. There's a lot of counterplay. There's so many counterplay that you can do against a Johnson. It puts your team in so much disadvantage that you have no idea how big of an impact Johnson makes as long as you miss the first drive down. The first drive down is very, very crucial. If your opponents have enough information and they are already roaming, your other side of the team is wiped out. Absolutely wiped out. They picked up the Veil. A Grok pick from team evaluation. A little bit weird if you ask me. And they're also going to be picking up the Jawhead. I like that. But I don't like the Grok. Right? I don't like the Grok. And Akai will do so much better. Or even a Purple and Cooper. Because the amount of aggressiveness coming from team evaluation, the fact that the Roger plays in the melee range as much as possible because he will want to deal a lot of damage right after Lycan Pounds. It enables the Roger to play aggressively, to play bold with the Purple and Cooper as long as they are able to dive right into the enemy's heart. So I'm not too sure why they slip. I think it kind of slipped out their minds that there is a Purple and Cooper tank capability as well as that possibility for them. Because Purple and Cooper is always banned, right? We are always seeing Purple and Cooper being banned out. So team evaluation, perhaps they're just trying to open up their fields, or perhaps they just don't want to show their cards too early because we are literally looking at match number 1, right? Match number 1, they don't want to show all of their cards. They doesn't want to show they will want to keep their poker face if possible. So this is only the amount of hero pool that they're gonna be showing. What if it works? Then let it be. Well, in the meantime, JKSS entire lineup is full of non-meta, is completely full of unorthodox heroes. We have, if I remember correctly, we have a Hanabi, which is a subpar marksman, somewhere in the B tier, if I would say. Johnson, also somewhere in the B tier, maybe close to the C tier, perhaps if you ask me. We are also looking at Guinevere, which is roughly more towards the A/B tier of a fighter. We are also looking at who was the mage? Veil, right? We have Veil. Veil is actually not that bad, to be honest. Veil does have a pretty strong burst damage, but it takes a little while for Veil to go online with the capabilities and the unlocks of the skill that Veil is able to push out. So it takes some time for him to go out. So Veil, I'll rank him at A, right? Tier A, and Thamus tier. It's kind of tough. It's kind of in between of tier A and B because you can still see Thamus being played out. There are times and there are occasions that you can have Thamus that does well on lanes. But ultimately, if you have to ask me, there are so many other fighters that does his job a lot better. And of course, it makes things a lot better for the for your own teammates' survivability. And of course, there's so many things that other heroes can do well, such as a Cho. Cho is great, right? He can play as an assassin, you can play as a tank, or whatever that you like to do. He does well in his lanes as well. You just have to wait for level 4, bait the opponents to your side, wait the dragon, Jikundo combo, that person is dead. Easier said than done. But as for Thamus is a little bit more towards the pokiness in the early game. He does have a little bit more of that burst capabilities, but not as bursty as Dirov. So he loses in the burst department from Dirov. When it comes to survivability, he lost in the survivability department from Yuzong as well as Khalid, as well as who else? Who else have Uranus, right? So it kind of baffles me a little bit. JKSS's lineup kind of baffles me a little bit. So now you can pretty much see that Elvin L, he finds himself in he finds himself is still in the safe spot, but he knows that team evaluation is going on a really aggressive stance right here. But here we have, if they actually had a Popol and Cooper, they can actually just jump right in onto Elvin L and scoop up the kill very, very easily. But hey, that's not going to be the case. It does seem like we do have a Revitalize being dropped down by the Grog's wall. Guardian wall came in the nick of time and of course placed really well in order to cut off the escape route of the Johnson, putting him down to sleep. Not the best play coming from Elvin L. Why exactly did he just jump right in there? But it does seem like the opponents coming in from team evaluation, they could not prioritize, or rather they did not expect the kind of movements coming in from the Thamus. They did not manage to get a kill down onto the Thamus. If not, it would have been a great one. But in the meantime, Thamus was also this close to getting the kill on the Grog. I believe that the Molten Lava almost gotten the kill. The passive effect, the burn effect onto Grog almost gotten the kill onto the Grog as well. So a little bit of a close shave coming in from both sides. It would have went either ways, to be honest. It literally could have gone either way. But it's a good thing that it did not go to the way, it did not go to either side, because this way that this means that the game may actually prolong a little bit longer, and we'll be able to see how this game is going to be eventually faring out.
Request backup.
Right, so we're not looking at anything out of the ordinary. Team evaluation is still really doing what team evaluation is pretty much doing. They're constantly picking up the turtle whenever they can. They're really very, very mobile with the way that they play. They just jump from places to places. They do not stop at all, and they also want to go for early turrets down. And it's not as early as the previous game, because team evaluation went for the first turret down in 2 minutes in 2 minutes time. But this time, they have opted to go for a turret down in 4 minutes. And it does seem like Hello Mitsumin is at a really bad spot. He's completely out of position and only to be shut down by the Fasa with the Feathered Airstrike. Tsukidayo tries to get himself away with the Magical Thumb as well. But it doesn't seem like he managed to get that far from all of that. So unfortunately for him, and unfortunately for the team of JKSS, they have lost pretty early. They have lost men pretty early into the game, and they are looking at 3 deaths from Team JKSS, putting themselves at a 1,000 gold net worth gold deficit, and it's just gonna take a little bit more time for them to be able to land a little bit more damage. Elvin L jumps right in onto Retry. Retry was the only one inside the brush, no one to cover up for him, and it does seem like the Grog manages to not get away. Elvin L with the burns onto him is more than enough to settle his score, and of course to close the gaps from what would have been his the previous game in the previous endeavors just now. So really good coming in. We do have 3 kills in the on the hands of JKSS. They managed to pick up that 3 kills that they really wanted. Well, team evaluation, they're just really hoping to score a little bit more kills after kills in the early stages of the game, and of course it does seem like the Jawhead is working out pretty well for them. With a 1 versus 1 fight against Elvin L, well, if you're looking at Jawhead versus a Thamus, it's pretty much very likely that the Jawhead would win in the 1 versus 1 department again. But hey, I'm not gonna lie, it does seem like this time the battle spells coming in from JKSS is looking pretty darn well. I really do like the battle spells coming in from them. There's no need for a lot of Purify at all. We do have a Revitalize coming in from the Johnson. The Vengeance onto Thamus is absolutely necessary with Festival of Blood. It does seem like Elvin L definitely knows what he's doing as a Thamus, but I'm not too sure about the rotational basis of Thamus. There could be a lot more occasions that he is able to help his team, such as moments as this one. As you can pretty much see, most of the members coming from Team Evaluation just going to be jumping right onto JKSS, but fortunately, that's Hanabi who did manage to get a first kill in. Tries to get himself away with just only a sliver of health. Kai is looking to get a kill onto that Hanabi, but unfortunately Hanabi's movement speed is not fast enough. It does not have the Wind Talker to catch up to the movement speeds of Kai. If not, that would have been a great kill, and of course a great head start for our Hanabi with a 3.7k gold to herself, and while our Roger is only looking at 3.6 thousand gold. So if you think about it, JKSS definitely have got a little bit of that overhead on top of Team Evaluation, but I'm not too sure how long would this last, because Team Evaluation's retry has managed to get himself yet another kill on top of the Johnson. But it does seem like it was a 1-for-1 trade. Elvin L finds himself in a really bad spot as he just face checked into a brush with 4 men available. Really good hooks coming in from Flix. He's just going to isolate her all by himself, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the hyper carry, and just going to pause him in the farming department for now. JKSS have managed to buy themselves enough time for Guinevere to push up in the top lane, and that is exactly what you would want from Team Evaluation. Also coming in from Team JKASS. A 1-for-1 tower trade. I was thinking that Team Evaluation as well as JKSS, they've never really lost anything of value right now. It does seem like for Team JKSS, yes, they are kind of losing in the map control, because top lane, middle lane, and bottom lane has lost their first tier turret, while the bottom lane has lost their second tier turret. So things are looking pretty darn difficult for JKSS from this point onwards, because they don't have the map dominance, they do not have the map control until probably now. I'm not too sure about this, but it does seem like we do have the zone denial coming in from Fasa, more than enough for him to run away, and of course getting the kill right on top of the rest of the team. Halomi Sumin is just going to go straight in for the transformation all alone, but it is okay. All alone of a transformation is pretty much a-okay, because you're not getting 1% all by himself. Unfortunately, Elvin L is just waiting for the point of time to just jump right onto the turtle, but he doesn't have retribution, so you can't expect to steal the turtle away from Kai, who does have the retribution, by the way. So it is a tough one. A really good kill coming from Flix onto the Hanabi. So now that JKSS does not have the hyper carry in the form of Hanabi, things are going to be looking pretty difficult. But of course, the Violet Raccoon coming from Sukidai is just going to be pushing the retry as well as Kai up in the air. He could have stayed there a little bit longer, because he could have stole a little bit more health, or perhaps he doesn't have enough of an item. He doesn't have any form of magic spell vamp to get himself with that health that he needs to. I'm not too sure about that, but he could possibly stay there a little bit longer. If you ask me, right? If you ask me, Elvin L in the middle lane, go straight down. Team Evaluation looking at more kills onto JKSS. Top lane, middle lane, bottom lane, all of the exterior turrets is now down. This is not a good game for JKSS once again. But hey, this is a lot closer than the previous game, if you ask me. It is really a lot closer. JKSS does seem like they are playing a little bit more towards their comfort heroes, and they definitely know what they're doing. Christopher Ang is picking up a lot of kills as a mage, and I wouldn't say that he shouldn't do that. Yes, as a mage, you can get a lot more kills, and if you're able to spiral out of control, you can use that amount of damage, that amount of poke mechanism, as well as that poke capabilities to further up your course, to help your Hanabi farm even more. So the only thing that Team JKSS needs to do is to re-establish lane dominance, re-establish the map control, get back the jungle, and that is what Team Evaluation is doing wrongly, or not. They're just huddling down in JKSS's top jungle, as you can see from their side, right? Their top jungle and our bottom. But in the meantime, let's just take a look at how Elvin L is gonna try to get himself away. He popped the Vengeance for no reason, actually, with a low amount of health. He also popped his Quadrant Inferno. I'm not exactly sure what has happened there. 70 seconds off cooldown. Elvin L is gonna be at a heavy disadvantage as fighter for the next few team fight. Team Evaluation, they have lost 2 men, but on a trade-off, JKSS also lost 2. there is definitely a lot that can be done in favor of JKSS and Team Evaluation, or rather from JKSS, because they really need to establish their lane dominance again, or rather they have to try to look for opponents in their own jungle's brushes, but they should expect, there will be people jumping in together, so they have to be really careful. They cannot just all in-phase check in the brush. They need to be ready for a contingency plan. What happens? They should plan for what would Team Evaluation do. One person will be hiding inside a brush, and that will be a Grok, right? So once they see Grok, they can try to go for a fake engagement onto the Grok and don't use too much of their spells and bait out the rest of the team members to come out. So once the Roger comes out, because Roger does not have Purify, right? That is the point of time where Violet Requiem needs to join in. Go for the Magical Thumb and then the Violet Requiem. But it seems like things is not going to work that way. They will not be able to re-establish the lane dominance that they really need to, because the Lord is just going to be trampling down the bottom lane, while the rest of Team Evaluation is just going to be pushing up at the top lane. They're going to go for the GG push right over here. Kai is a little bit greedy if you ask me. He does not even have Purify. He gets himself away, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the end of it all. Flicks, he's going to go straight down. But how about Kai and retry? The rest of the members coming from JKS is just going to be pushing onto the advantage right onto Team Evaluation, and the only one man that's left available is going to be the Jawhead. He takes the life of two. Christopher Ang is going to be the only one alive from all of this part. JKSS with one man alive. Team Evaluation can still go for the push onto the inhibitor turret in the middle lane as well as bottom lane, and Christopher Ang won't even have an answer to how to deal with this current scenario. With the Blade of Despair being brought up, Kai have more than enough opportunities to just jump onto the core. And take a look at this. The wind-up time coming in from the transformation of Johnson was a little bit too long. And perhaps there was even a Jawhead at the bottom side. So there is almost no situation and in almost no instances that JKSS could have defended that GG push. Or perhaps Vil could have. The amount of burst damage that Vil is able to push out is absolutely insane. But perhaps it was on cooldown, right? It was perhaps on cooldown and he doesn't have his ultimate. If he does have all of those named out, there could be a lot more. He could definitely burst down the Roger. And I think that he did try to do whatever that he can to burst down the Roger. If I'm not wrong, Roger had like less than half HP left. And they're just whacking away on the core as much as possible. They're not gonna give the opponent any chance to breathe, and that is exactly what it did. So congratulations over to this to the side of Team Evaluation. They did a marvelous job trumping over JKSS. JKSS's lineup, although looked a little bit iffy, looked a little bit weird, but without a doubt, they did prove me wrong that this lineup is pretty strong, right? They managed to hold off Team Evaluation for a pretty long time. They were pretty much on par and on a stalemate for most of the time. They managed to kill a good amount of members coming in from Team Evaluation, and not to forget, they managed to hold their scoreline to a 13-17 instead of a little bit more of the one-sided gameplay from the previous game. Because the previous game, they were a lot more individualistic, right? They are always holding on to their lane and they are not willing to run away. And whenever it comes to a team fight, they're just straggling in, going in one after another, only to be fish food to a bunch of, well, hungry piranhas. So this time, they definitely changed their playstyle. They definitely made things a little bit better, and I would like to commend them for that. But unfortunately, this is the end of the line for them, as this is a single elimination round of 16. We'll be jumping right onto the round of 8 shortly after a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys with the next game.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike. Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! I have killing spree. People of Northern Vale may be defeated. We never Spirits of Northern
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Godlike. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Ally has been legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike. Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! Killing spree. People of Northern Vale may be defeated. We never Spirits of Northern
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Godlike. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Ally has been legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now gonna be looking at the round of eight, the best of eight in the Legends of Toa Payoh online tournament. And of course, before we even jump to the game, I would like to give a huge shout out and thank you to our organizers, PAYM Toa Payoh Central Youth Network, as well as the Toa Payoh Central Community Club. Special thanks to our esports partner, School Guy, as well as Moonton E Project. Moonton E Project is the one that went out for our prize pool. And of course, this stream is also sponsored by Kaiju and Nasi Nuri. Speaking of Kaiju and Nuri, yes, you heard it right. These two is indeed our FNB partners. And of course, as you can see from over here, you can see we have a 20% off code for Kaiju. So all you gotta do is type in Kaiju Cyber 20 and just go down to the website at www.kaiju.com, which is Kaiju, Kaiju. Did I say Kaiju? Kaiju.com. So both kaiju.com. So Kaiju is a Japanese restaurant specializing in the biggest, baddest bentos. And if you ask me, I'm just going to jump right into kaiju.com because I remember that they have this truffle bento which looks whew, absolutely menacing, absolutely beautiful, and it is called the Gyudora, right? Gyudora, truffled wagyu short ribs steak. Ha ha! Wagyu short ribs on beef fat rice, fried mushroom seasoned with homemade truffle tare, rakyo pickles, and wasabi. Comes with onsen egg. Now, oh man, I can't wait for lunch to happen now. Oh, in the meantime, they also have many other varieties to choose from, such as sukiyaki, which is of course beef sukiyaki. We've got toridan, which is chicken. Kanizor, which is a soft shell crab, Californian soft shell crab. You have magron, which is a tuna tataki, is tuna. They also have kalibuta, which is katsukari, as well as unagyu. Unagyu. You know, you get it? Unagi wagyu, right? Eel and beef fried rice. Now, just by looking at the menu, it looks so good. Oh my god. So, don't think about it anymore. Don't wait anymore. Take a look at their website. Go and use their code Kaiju Cyber 20 and order yourself some Kaiju mean and menacing bento today, right now, as you're watching this stream. Now, of course, I would also like to say thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in. I hope that you guys have enjoyed the previous game. And although it was rather scary, you know, it was rather scary because of the unorthodox lineup coming in from GKASS. You know, they had a Johnson, so as well as a Guinevere. When me and my production was thinking of, hey, perhaps it's gonna be a wombo combo coming in with a Johnson and Odette, and then a Minotaur and a Guinevere. So it's like a double sequence of a wombo combo. You can go in for Minoan Fury and then go for a Violet Requiem. Oof! As well as you got the drive by the car. I can't remember the name of that. As well as the Song of the Swan or something along the name of that ultimate skills. I can't exactly remember. But regardless of that fact, we are now gonna be looking at the next game, and it does seem like it will be a game of let's take a look. Wait, take a look at is going to be the team that will be joining us today, and that is going to be Powerpuff Girls versus Evil Phoenix. Woohoo! Now, let's take a look if whether we have any interesting names or rather names that we've seen before. So, the first thing when I look at the clan tag PSG is PSG LGD.
Your team is
Like,
cooking.
I don't know though, but EVD is definitely a name that I've heard before. Fate sounds familiar. Miku is a name that I think I have heard before. I'm not too sure. But the rest of the teams coming in from Evil Phoenix, I don't remember seeing them before. But well, either way, let us just take a look at what they have in store for us. With a Khalid and Yu Zhong band coming in from Powerpuff Girls, and Evil Phoenix have went for a Fasa and Yi Sun Shin band. And that pretty much means that they have a Uranus, Kufra, as well as that Chang'e pick from Girls. While Evil Phoenix is looking at
Hilda.
Your
Atlas
team
and
is
Popol and
battling.
Koopa. They're playing Marksman. Very rare.
Team is
Very,
battling.
very rare. They are actually respecting Muntan for their naming of, their classification of heroes. That is not something that I thought would happen. Many people have seen the advantages as well as the prevalence of Popol and Koopa in whatever that he does. He's really great as a tank. He's really good when it comes to jumping and diving into the opponent's turrets and all the stuff. So it is rather understandable why people will pick Popol and Koopa, and it's only what's the word I'm looking for? And it's only recent, right? It's only recently that I have started to acknowledge Popol and Koopa as a tank because of his versatility as well as his diving potential onto the turrets. So it is kind of like a rather new acknowledgement from me. So I'm starting to like seeing Popol and Koopa in an aggressive lineup. So if Evil Phoenix actually picks up on a Selena, it would have
Your
been
team
so
is
scary.
cooking.
So, oh wait, is it really? So they're going to have an Atlas tank and a Popol and Koopa support. And so now they're waiting for the final hyper carry, right? I don't believe that they are gonna go with a Popol and Koopa hyper carry. No, I really don't think that they will do that. But in the meantime, Powerpuff Girls does seem like they are okay. They're not going for the greedy kind of matchup, because for a second I kind of saw that they were hovering around Sicilian, and it kind of seems like they are gonna go for Sicilian just now. But they have changed it all up. They're going to have a Thamus as well as a carry. So once again, I'm just going to put out my discontentment with the Thamus. Not a big fan of Thamus still, but still, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? I want to see how this Thamus is gonna play, how effective this Thamus is gonna be against Evil Phoenix, and we'll see how the game is going to continue as. But Karina is currently the one that is being hovered about, and it does seem like maybe Harif. Now, I'm pretty much a-okay with Harif, right? Harif hyper carry fighting against the opponent's hyper carry, which is going to be a carry. So nothing out of the ordinary. I do like their comps, both sides. Powerpuff Girls as well as Evil Phoenix. Nothing out of the ordinary. I do like it. But when it comes to looking at my bias, right? I would probably say my bias would go towards Evil Phoenix. I will kind of say that, right? Hilda is really strong when it comes to bursting down enemies' heroes in the later stages of the game. Those kind of things may happen pretty often. Once Hilda gets the right items, Blade of the Heptasis, immediately jump in for the Blade of the Heptasis, go for the Blade of Despair, and then maybe just go for a little bit more of the greedy play. Just bump it all up with a little bit more effective items. I'd like to see how he's going to build up his Hilda. But in the meantime, we also have a Bauman team. Now, Bauman as well as Hilda are both relatively new fighters that have joined in the fray of effective fighters. And Bauman is effectively, yes, is really good in lane. The amount of spin damage that he's able to deal, great amount of creep clear that he has in his arsenal, as well as the amount of damage that is able to dish out to his opponents. But it does seem like Bauman will be fighting against with Uranus, so the amount of instance per damage coming in for Bauman may be a little bit too much for maybe a little too much and too easy for the Uranus to handle. So I am not quite too sure how this is gonna work out for Bowman. Will Uranus heal up all of his health almost instantaneously after a short moment of time, so that it nullifies the damage of Bowman? That's kind of the main question. In the meantime, Inuka playing as the Uranus, just gonna go straight for a proxy, trying to take away the creeps as fast as possible. He does know that he can go for that because his own teammates coming in from the middle lane have went over to the opponent's red buff and stealing it away almost instantaneously. And now they have the opportunity to jump right to their purple buff and followed by their red buff if they are interested to do that. Fate finds himself in the middle of the team fight finds himself inside the heart of Evil Phoenix, where all three of them is dominant in trying to get a kill onto the Kufra. But Kufra being a Kufra, you know, relatively tanky, you wouldn't expect him to go down that early. So unless, you know, there is a great deal of burst going on about. Now, Powerpuff Girls, they have identified the scenario. They knew that, you know, Evil Phoenix did not go to their opponent's red buff to try to steal it. But here we have, this is a moment of time where we are going to be looking at a rather intense team fight between Evil Phoenix and Powerpuff Girls. King Rezo coming in from bottom lane has joined in the fray to help out his team to ensure that they will be able to get away from that unfortunate positioning in one whole piece. And it does seem like, yes, they managed to do just that. Inuka is still playing very, very aggressive. You can pretty much tell. It's just farming in the opponent's lane, jungle. Farming in the opponent's jungle. Sorry, not jungle. Farming the opponent's creep waves as much as possible. He doesn't really care so much about going behind the second tier turret, and he's really playing in a very bold way, and that is definitely not something that I would have expected. The middle lane with the meteor shower currently being popped by the Chang'e, just dealing a decent amount of damage right onto the Atlas, but unfortunately the damage was not fast enough and was not great enough to beat up that kill to get themselves the first blood yet. But of course, it does seem that Powerpuff Girls has transcended over the amount of damage that Evil Phoenix is able to dish out, and they managed to bring 2 kills to their name, which is going to be an Atlas death as well as a Popol and Cooper death. King Rezo at the bottom lane finds himself in an unfavorable position, or rather, his position is actually not that bad. But the thing is, he doesn't have a really healthy amount of health. Chang'e takes the steal of the purple buff with the meteor shower. Really well played, well positioned coming in from Powerpuff Girls. It does seem like things are working in their way pretty well. The amount of buffs that they have been getting for themselves is pretty much over the roof. And the only reason why Powerpuff Girls is pretty much winning in terms of gold net worth is, I would believe, in the gold department, right? In the department of getting buffs. They have constantly been able to steal buffs, take buffs of their own, and in the meantime, bottom lane, they also gotten the kill for themselves, which will extend the gaps of that net worth even more. The amount of aggressiveness coming from Powerpuff Girls is starting to become a lot more apparent. They're trying to make up with all the amount of pushing, the amount of proxying through the lanes, and doing whatever that they can to ensure that Evil Phoenix farm is pretty much suffocated. With the enemy's turret taken down in the middle lane, it would give them a lot more space to breathe and a lot more rotational advantages that they are able to get. While in the top lane, Uranus definitely scored a kill on top of Bowman. Bowman has lost in the top lane. The top lane first tier turret is definitely gonna go down without a question. And this pretty much means that Evil Phoenix have lost all 3 first tier turrets throughout the map. And this will allow Powerpuff Girls with more and more domination, a lot more control over the map process. While Fate at the bottom lanes of the river finds himself with a single kill together with the Chang'e. But here comes the carry alongside with our dear old Hilda, immediately bursting down the Chang'e, exactly what a Hilda is capable of doing. Nothing out of the ordinary, something that I absolutely would think would happen. The Hilda's damage coming in is just a little bit too much for the Chang'e to even deal with, and the amount of movement speed that Hilda is able to dish out is also pretty scary. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure whether the power of wilderness was actually of wildness. Sorry, not wilderness. Power of wildness was actually used. But hey, whatever it is, he did manage to get himself a kill, and it just tried to tally things out just a little bit more towards their advantage. I don't think that Inuka is going to go down anytime soon. Although the Zaman Force was actually dropped down by the Harif, he did not land the final hit that he required to continue his pursuit onto the rest of the members coming from Powerpuff Girls. And in the meantime, while Evil Phoenix was a little bit too busy in the middle lane, the bottom lane was taken down by Powerpuff Girls, and Evil Phoenix has responded with a kill, or rather a destruction of a turret at the top lane. Completely sieged out. Evil Phoenix, with most of their members bringing themselves down to the bottom lane, and it just bring themselves in a really bad spot. With 5 men in, they are all just going to be congregating in the middle lane as much as possible, and they are trying to defend the turret. But now the top lane is going to be the only one left standing. They would want to find a way to eventually make full use of their current scenario and their current situation. And here comes the Zaman Force, just going to be popped by King Use. He's just going to be zip-zooming all around the Chrono Dash and getting the kill on top of the Kufra. Just going to jump right back in under the nose of his turret. King Use, he does not have any more Zaman Force, but Inuka, although he's all the way inside of the enemy's base, he still stays alive enough to get himself with 2 kills. I don't think that Numinous does have enough of the damage to get himself away, or rather to get himself the kill onto the Uranus, because it is a tank against this really pesky fighters. The amount of damage coming from Ionic Edge, it will be too much for him to handle, and he decided, I do not have enough damage to deal with this Uranus, so he decided to get away while letting him get away with Transcendent Ward. So now, Powerpuff Girls has definitely gotten themselves with a great amount of advantage, a great amount of control all around the map, continuing suffocating Evil Phoenix of any form of farm, as long as Powerpuff Girls understands how to maintain the equilibrium of the creeps. That is pretty much a-okay for them to handle. The middle lane is pushing a little bit too much, but that is understandable because middle lane is beggar creeps now. They can't really, haggle around. They can't really balance things out anymore. But in the meantime, top lane shot Mikey or Mickey gets himself down to the hands of Miku. More person dead. Inuka finds himself in the heart of Evil Phoenix, and as well, we do have the fatal link that's just gonna be connected right on top of Powerpuff Girls, but it doesn't seem like there will be a death right onto Inuka. More of the members coming from Powerpuff Girls just gonna be continuing bring down the last fate and the last supper onto Evil Phoenix, and even King Rezo joined in the fray. I'm not too sure why exactly he did that, allowing Miku to get himself that strong 4K to his name, and perhaps would he be able to get himself the 5K? I think it's a little bit too late for him to even get a 5K right about now. The rest of Powerpuff Girls just gonna be jumping right in on the core. They don't even care about the enemies coming from Evil Phoenix at all. There is still a Ballista as well as a mage from the backlines in the creep waves available, so they don't really have to care so much. They just aim for the core, and that is more than enough for them to get themselves game number 1. Easy game for them. I would actually, you know what? I wouldn't say that it's an easy game at all. Let us pull out the post-game screen and let us take a look at how exactly did the opponents fare for this one. Because I really don't think that this is very one-sided. Oh wait, actually it's pretty one-sided. It is 16:4, right? 16:4. Most of the members coming in from the opponent's side, they are really suffocated in farm, right? And the amount of kills was overwhelming, and the last team fight gave Powerpuff Girls like 4 kills in a row, right? They gave them 4 kills, especially towards Miku's side. So that is a lot of damage. That is a lot of kills. But ultimately, I would say that, in the end, it is all about the aggressiveness of Team Powerpuff Girls. Team Powerpuff Girls exactly know what they had to do. They literally move from places to places, and it just seemed like they were uncontested for most of the events, right? Evil Phoenix, they don't really care about getting their own buffs. They don't care about, going for the opponent's buff, defending their own buffs. They're just focused on getting the turrets, getting their defense down, going for skirmishes. And I'm not too sure about going for skirmishes in this situation, because understandably they can look at their net worth. They can see, oh, we are actually losing in this department. Their opponent's carry is actually really farmed up, and in the meantime, our Harif, not so much. When it comes to a Harif, right? Harif excels in the mid lane to the late game. Once you have the Zaman Force, you can inevitably be able to start ganking, right? Especially against a Uranus Honestly, I think as a Harif, you should have enough of that capability to bring down the Uranus. With the Atlas, you can go out for a fatal links. You can spend all of that just to feed your Harif. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. You can go straight to try to go for a kill onto the Uranus, move around a little bit more, and try to work towards an early game farm towards Harif. Because I think that there was a lot of missed opportunities for the Harif. As strong as Zaman Force is, you need to get the right rotations and you need to play into the enemy's field in order to net some gold and net some kills all for yourself. But given that and saying that, they have lost the control of their map pretty early in the game because they allowed Powerpuff Girls to step all over them. Once Powerpuff Girls managed to proxy the top lane, Bowman did not try to stop them, and as well as the rest of Evil Phoenix, they did not try to focus going up to cut away their escape route. They did not bother cut escape route. They did not bother to go for any more kills. And I think at that point of time, most of the members, or rather, even if Harif was level 3, they have an Atlas, they have a Popol and Cooper. I think, yeah, maybe they are losing in terms of the damage department. But once Bowman comes in, I don't see why they are unable to single out a player. They do have a great deal of CCs. Popo Surprise. We do have we do have a great deal of damage coming in from Vision. So there were some opportunities that could have tried, but I think that they were too quick to rule out the possibility. They could have tried out. They could have contest for the opponent's red buff as well, just so that they can allow Harif to go for the early game basic damage on opponents in the early stages of the game, because they gave 2 red buffs over to the side of Powerpuff Girls. They did not contest for the red buff at all. So in some sense, it wasn't exactly a hyper carry that they are looking for. It's just working towards the meta. They're just working towards the laning meta of 1-1, but not really to the essence of funneling all of the farm over to the Harif. So I would like to see a little bit of a change from their side. I would like to see how else they could make some difference, how else they could play the game just so that they would be able to allow their hyper carry to farm up more, get more kills, and of course deny enemies of the control. Because the control of the map is very, very important. They lost the first tier turret really early into the game, and they did absolutely nothing. They didn't try to go for turtle, and in fact, I don't even remember anyone going for turtle. In fact, I don't think anyone even went for turtle. Yeah, I really don't think anyone went for right. So it was rather unfortunate for Evil Phoenix. I would like to see how else they will be able to play this game. Or Carry took turtle once. Okay, okay. Carry took turtle once. So thank you, production. So they only took turtle once. The game was about 11 minutes or about 10 minutes long. It was a relatively short game. I would like to see what Evil Phoenix have got in store for us this time. Even though their draft is good, perhaps they have to work on to their rotations and of course more towards their now. Whew, okay, the game ended in 8 minutes. It is relatively fast. So it was quite a one-sided game. But well, regardless of the fact, let's just jump right on to game number 2 and view Evil Phoenix versus Puff Girls. Let us bring up the drafting stage, and there we go. And of course, let us take a look. Evil Phoenix versus Powerpuff Girls. Powerpuff Girls is going to be on the right side, and Evil
Your
Phoenix is going
team is
to the
banned.
left side. The ban is going to be on the Kufra, going to be on Reynas, as well as Khalid. I'm expecting a Yuzhong ban coming in from Powerpuff Girls because Evil Phoenix got the first pick. I don't think that they would want to give Evil Phoenix that
Your
Yuzhong.
team is
So,
picking.
with that said, Evil Phoenix does have quite an opportunity and quite a wide scenario to pick out for. And Fasa is namely one of the heroes that they would want to look at. They can look at Jawhead. Yep, Fasa is going to be the one that Evil Phoenix want to go for. So Powerpuff Girls, looking at it, okay, so there is an Atlas. They can go for an Atlas. And following that, they can also go for, yes, Popol and Cooper, which is the same lineup in some sense as the previous game. Are they gonna wait? sorry, not the same lineup. It is the same lineup as Evil Phoenix, the previous game, right? So if they would want to go for that, Popol and Koopa, I would say that they should not go for the Atlas anymore. Evil Phoenix will pick up the Atlas, and Powerpuff Girls will go for another fighter that is that they can go for a little bit more on the aggressive stance, a little bit more towards that more initiating, more jumpy kind of scenario. So in this case, since Evil Phoenix has picked up the Claude, it would be great for Powerpuff Girls to actually go for the Harif, right? Harif got a really good survivability under the turret because of his Zaman Force. Just keep on zooming all around with his Chrono Dash. This is going to give him a lot of opportunities to work around and work with the Popol and Koopa in jumping the turrets. So Powerpuff Girls, they're just hovering around a lot of other heroes, but they're going for the Lancelot or Hayabusa. Harif, please go for the Harif. Chang'e, okay. Chang'e as a support. They can go for the aggressive still. Yeah, he can definitely still be aggressive with Chang'e, but I would have appreciated a little bit more of the Selena.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, honestly, my dream team with a Popol and Koopa is Popol and Koopa as a tank, Selena as the support, and the hyper carry can literally be anyone
Your team
to fit the scenario, and the two other fighters will be Cho and Jawhead. But of course, discounting the bands over there, right? Discounting the bands over there, which is usually Yuzong as well as the Khalid. I don't want to count for them, but Jawhead and Cho, that is literally my version of like a dream team. Like a dream team of pure aggressive-ness in the early stages of the game. End the game in 8 minutes, immediately win in every single laning phase. Your rotation in middle lane is just going to be so scary. Just 2 minutes, go down to bottom lane, get a kill with Popol and Koopa, get a kill with the Abyssal Arrow, go for it. Like really all in kind of thing. That is what I have in mind. But I don't remember seeing a lot of that drafting nowadays. Maybe because my drafting sense is, a little bit flawed. Not gonna lie, I'm not the best color caster out there. You can hear that I am all about hype. All about hype. I'm all about that. So, yep, that is all that I have in mind. And ladies and gentlemen, we have got the final lineup in here from Evil Phoenix as well as Powerpuff Girls. And I will be jumping on to the entirety of the draft in a while later. So, as far as I remember, right? We have a Fasa, we have a... Oh, crap. I actually can't remember who was a tank. So I'm gonna be okay. Thank you so much. So let's take a look at this. Lolita. Oh, okay. I don't like that. I don't like the lineup anymore. Okay, I don't like the lineup anymore. Lolita, Kimi, Claude. Wait, what? Kimi and Claude. Are they going greedy or are they going 1-2?
He reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Yo, they're going greedy. Yo, this is not good, man. Why? That is not the thing to do. They lost in the previous game by quite a huge margin. That means that, in some sense, that previous draft was a little bit weak to the early stages of the game, right? And they was not able to counter against Powerpuff Girls with that lineup. And I don't even recognize that lineup to be weak in the early game. So right now, if you're telling me that this greedy lineup is good for early game, man, call me silly. Because this is not a good lineup in the early stages of the game at all. True, granted, I would say that Kimi is relatively great in the early game because you can just be very, very aggressive and just zone everyone out as much as possible, right? But with this lineup, right, you need to make sure that your middle lane absolutely wins. Your mid lane has to be very, very good. And you need to have good rotations, unlike the previous game. You really need to know what you are doing in order to make full use of the middle lane combination. You win middle lane just so that you can ensure that your Claude wins the side lane. And that is the only way that you can allow both of the marksmen to go online, right? Okay, so the Kimi is going on the mage lineup. I will still say that he still needs a good amount of farm, right? He still need a lot of farm in order to go online, in order to be really applicable. So I don't know about this. I'm really just not a fan of this. You can pretty much see that Powerpuff Girls is just overwhelming Evil Phoenix. They don't have the early game capabilities at all. And they're just leaving everyone else die at the top lane. And that is going to be the plot as well as the Fasa. The Fasa shouldn't even be at the top lane alone. If possible, it is going to be Kimi as well as the Lolita at the top lane with Fasa. All of them should be winning together, right? They should leave Claude alone. Claude should be playing safe and force the Bowman to run. To force the Bowman to do whatever he can, because Claude is a long-range hitter, right? Is a ranged hitter. He can try his best to kite against this Bowman, do whatever that he can with his Blazing Duet, and eventually wait for a point of time where he's poked enough on the Bowman, and one person comes into the fray and help him secure the kill. Which is something that Evil Phoenix is doing right now, except for the fact that Bowman is not even 50% health. They are just rotating for the sake of rotating.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
I'm not a fan of that. There's really not a lot of thinking involved in Evil Phoenix's movement, in their rotations all. So it is not a good early game lineup. This does not fit. This absolutely does not fit the playstyle of Evil Phoenix. So Evil Phoenix, what they need to do is that they really need to change it all up, because this lineup, this gameplay is just not something that is possible to really work on in this 1-3-1 lineup, especially not in a greedy play like this. If they're able to pull it off, I will apologize. I really will apologize, but I just really don't think it will work. Powerpuff Girls had gotten themselves with an early game 2 kills. And mind you, this early game 2 kills would have been tremendous in this game as compared to all the other games. No matter what you see, no matter how you see it, that 2 kills is so important, because it's just going to propel that Bowman forward to ensure that he wins this Claude absolutely no matter what, right? 100% of the time. You cannot give the kill over to Bowman no matter what. And now Powerpuff Girls has gotten themselves with 5 kills to their name already, with a advantage of about 2,000 or 3,000 gold. I think Evil Phoenix can still change the tides. It is still not too late. They just need to know how to control the map. They don't really have to care so much about early games. They just have to ensure that they don't die so much. They have to play really defensively. Don't go for random initiations of a team fight. They don't initiate. They have to be prepared for any initiations coming in from Powerpuff Girls. And yes, that is the right thing to do, King Rezo. Use your Blazing Duet, not for kills, but to secure creep waves. Push out creep waves. Try to get yourself a farm. Don't care about if whether Bowman is able to get a farm or whatsoever. You need to push your lane far enough to allow your team to have that amount of map control. That is your job right now, because your turret at the top lane is the only one that is down. You need to form a pseudo control at the top lane. Middle lane now is gone as well, so now you can juggle between the top lane and the bottom lane, while top lane and the middle lane, while Evil Phoenix, the 3-man trio, can move around a little bit more towards the bottom lane and just kind of rotate around, check themselves in the brushes, wait for the perfect opportunity to jump onto a single person. But very likely that is not gonna happen, because Powerpuff Girls, they are moving as a group. It is very rare for them to see a random straggling person. And in the meantime, it does seem like this may very well be the point of time that Jester is able to get a kill. Did he buy his immortality at the last second? Did he bait him out? Whoa! Yo, he bought his immortality at the last second. He baited Jester to overextend himself, thinking that he can get the kill onto Xbox. Powerpuff Girls, they are not your ordinary mythic players. They are definitely not your ordinary mythic players. They are putting brains in their games, guys. They are putting brains in their games. I'm throwing it all out. Powerpuff Girls, they know exactly what the heck they're doing. And they may be a little bit too overwhelming for Evil Phoenix to handle. But in the meantime, let's take a look at this. It does seem like Evil Phoenix have finally gotten themselves with the first kill into this game. 1:10. But they are still at the 5,000 gold disadvantage. How exactly is Evil Phoenix supposed to play it off defensively? Because if you think about it, okay, let us just crunch this down a little bit. What is the defensive mechanism of Evil Phoenix? Right? It is short Mickey with the feathered airstrike, right? You can use the feathered airstrike to clear quick wave fast. King Rezo with his blazing duet. Jester doesn't really have much. Nubinas doesn't really have much. King Use will have his transfusion, and that is pretty much all. But as long as Shot Mickey as well as King Rezo uses his blazing duet and the feathered airstrike, it pretty much hints and it pretty much tells Powerpuff Girls, hey, come into our base now. Kill us. Jump in. Because this is an invitation. Because they have a Popol and Koopa. I just realized that Popol and Koopa's name is literally an invitation as well. His name is Popol or Fasa. Did he play the Fasa previous game? Actually, I can't remember. I'll double check with you guys in a while. But I think that's exactly why. I think that is exactly why is the invitation. If he actually played the Fasa in the previous game, it would have been funny, right? It would actually be funny. I'm not sure about this, but hey, Evil Phoenix now finds himself with the back against the wall. It's going to be a really tough job for Evil Phoenix to even do anything at all. I can pretty much see that Evil Phoenix is slowly sinking into quicksand. Dead as a doornail, whatever that it is. There's really nothing much that Evil Phoenix can do. They can reach out their hand, and no one else is there to help them because Powerpuff Girls is not gonna give them mercy at all. The good thing is, Evil Phoenix, they are holding themselves in the base pretty well, right? They know exactly how to play a little bit more defensively. They're just kind of huddled up together as much as possible. But the only bad thing is that Powerpuff Girls is very far ahead. And they are still pretty early in the game, right? 9 minutes in. So it's only a matter of time before Powerpuff Girls' amount of gold net worth goes way above. But at this moment of time, King Rez will actually go for the initiating kill on the Powerpuff Girls. But wait a second, this may actually look good for Evil Phoenix. They found a gap in the gameplay of Powerpuff Girls. They went straight in. At first, I thought it was a mistake, but it was not. Evil Phoenix followed up with a great feather airstrike, with a great blazing duet, and they allowed themselves to take 3 kills off of the name of Powerpuff Girls. And now EVD jumped in, trying to... Whoa! The ultimate coming from EVD ultimately just smashed Jester as well as Nubinas. Something that I did not expect to happen. Well played. I thought Bauman was dead meat for sure. I really thought Bauman was dead meat for sure. The lethal counter damage was just off the chart. I did not expect that. I really just did not expect that. And followed by the following Cyclone Sweep, just literally sweat Evil Phoenix off of their feet. So it pretty much made Evil Phoenix's their what's the word I'm looking for? It made their efforts go to the drain, right? There's nothing that they could have done. They did a great effort in pushing the first tier turret in the middle lane, but that is pretty much all that they can do. EVD's farm is a little bit too much for Evil Phoenix to handle. Way too much. 7 kills already, right? 7 kills, 7-0-0. Not a single death. He's tanky. He deals a lot of damage. And he's off the roof. So, what can I say? Powerpuff Girls, they're not looking for a leeway. Now, the Lord, the giant Centurion Prince, is now gonna be marching down from the top lane, ready to fight for Powerpuff Girls' cause. Thanks to Professor X. And now, they will want to bring down the core to beat down the Rowdy Ruffs. If you guys get what I mean. And now, just like that, the Lord is now marching in. Jester is doing all that he can to propel and of course repel the Lord. They did manage to play the defensive route. They managed to push the Lord away before the Lord even lands a single blow onto the opponent's core, or rather the inhibitor turret. That's looking good. But Pop goes. They are telling in. They're going in onto Evil Phoenix, and there we had the little counter. Unfortunately, it was not enough to deal any damage onto the opponent. Nonetheless, Nubina's just gonna hold up his shield. But in the meantime, Jester with the Cotton Inferno is not going to land enough the survivability. Inuka getting himself away with just a slipper of health. The rest of Powerpuff Girls, they have to get themselves away right after getting themselves the first the inhibitor turret in the top lane, as well as the middle lane. The amount of damage coming in from a cyclone sweep from EVD seems to be pretty tough. The little counter was just only enough for him to deal a little bit more poke damage on the rest of the members coming in from Nubi, as well as Sean Mickey. But Sean Mickey finds himself completely immobilized from Popo Surprise and finds himself dead as a doornail, completely jumping, completely just laying down flat, face plant onto the floor. And here we have the rest of the team fight coming in. Powerpuff Girls finds themselves with a full barren wasteland in the opponent's core, in the opponent's base. It is going to be a lot easier as before. Things are starting to be easier with the amount of mega creeps flowing in through from middle lane, top lane, and bottom lane. All they gotta do is clear the creep waves fast and allow the creep waves to literally just push onto the core. What they need to do is just buy so much time from Evil Phoenix, right? Make sure that they do not have enough time to clear the creep waves and just do whatever that they can to bait all the abilities, get all the abilities on the Powerpuff Girls, just so that the creep wave is able to overwhelm the amount of damage, the amount of sustainability that Evil Phoenix have on their current health pool, and just go for the GG push. Easier said than done, but I'm pretty sure that Bauman is able to do that. Bauman is tanky, like hella tanky. He deals a lot of damage. Whenever he goes in for the Cyclone Sweep, no one wants to go close to him. We'll see how that's gonna go. 10.8k. Bauman is basically the hyper carry. But I'm not surprised because the amount of farm. Wait. Oh, no. I just realized that Powerpuff Girls does not have a hyper. Yo! It was a Chang'e who went to the middle lane. Yo, I completely did not realize that. I was so focused on the drafting of Evil Phoenix that I did not even realize that Powerpuff Girls did not go for a hyper carry marksman or assassin. My apologies. It really just slipped off my mind. I really didn't think about that. But regardless of all of that, they did a really good job in whatever that they're doing. Wait, hold on a second. No, Chang'e was not a... Chang'e was a support. So Leomord was the middle laner? Wait, what? That was surprising. Not gonna lie, that was surprising. But Evil Phoenix, they have pushed themselves outside of the base, allowed themselves to get a kill right on the EVD, the main important player coming in from Powerpuff Girls, and this may very well be the part that Evil Phoenix is able to do something against Powerpuff Girls. The Lord is now trampling upon to the middle lane. This is upon a time that Powerpuff Girls, they can't push the middle lane, or they can't push top lane or the bottom lane. They cannot push it, because if they were to push it, then it is not going to be, it will end up being staggered. So now, the middle lane is pushing together with the bottom lane, perfect unison. But the top lane, the top lane is a little bit slow. Rather unfortunate if you ask me. But here we have the Panther Airstrike coming from faster is good enough to deal a good amount of damage right onto the Lord. Lord did not touch the core. Top lane's pushing in. Bottom lane slightly pushing in as well. King Yus, with the amount of damage that he's dealing to the Ballista, he's taking a really long sweet time. Nubina is just going to go straight in and try to go for all the tankability, but unfortunately no one is just really doing all the damage at all. Just a pop the Colony Inferno. He's trying to soak in as much damage as possible, followed by the Vengeance. And here we have more kills coming in to the hands of Evil Phoenix, coming in onto the Claw. They are doing extremely well in defending against Powerpuff Girls. 8:18. The amount of gold net worth onto the heads of Evil Phoenix is slowly climbing up. But the question is it really enough? Is it really possible for Evil Phoenix to turn this game around? They are, after all, a late game based hero, or rather a late game lineup. But I also forgot, rather, they have 3 fighters, right? 3 fighters in the form of Leomord, Xborg, and Bauman. How much damage can they deal against their hyper carry? Which is going to be the Claude, as well as their the hyper carry, which is going to be the Kimi, as well as the side lane carry, which is the Claude. How much can he do? Because he can't push around like that so much. In the end, he did push, but thanks to Dexter, he managed to swap out right in the nick of time. before he even fall to the hands of Powerpuff Girls. Because if that happened and when that were to happen, it is an instantaneous GG to Evil Phoenix. No mistakes can be made. Only great plays can be made by Evil Phoenix. Nothing else. It is a battle of wit, the battle of resistance, the battle of resilience. And looking at it, King Yus picked up the magic potion. So that means that he is on full item mode. While Claude, he's still working towards his full item. With Feather of Heaven? Is that normal? Okay, not gonna lie, I don't remember seeing Feather of Heaven on Claude before. I can't exactly remember because I always okay, so this is the point of time where you guys can tell me a little bit more about, you know, the insights now. You guys are the color caster now. Tell me more about Feather of Heaven on Claude. Tell me more about Queen's Wings on Claude. Alright? That would be nice, right? That would be nice to hear. I would like to know everyone else's opinions about the itemization of Claude. Because I'm not so much of a carry. I'm not so much of a marksman player. And the only two core items that I remember and I know that is crucial over to Claude is a Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Golden Staff. Because usually by then, the game is over. I hardly see anything else after that first two item pickup. So, the floor is open to everyone, to all of the viewers out there. Let us take a look at what else is going to be in here for this game right now. Evil Phoenix as well as Powerpuff Girls. Evil Phoenix is doing relatively well in defending the base. Powerpuff Girls have not yet found themselves with the opportunity to be jumping right in onto Evil Phoenix's lineup just yet. It does seem like the defensive scenario coming from Evil Phoenix is relatively high and it's gonna be tough. Even with the help of the Lord, they were unable to push right through to the core. And the most amount of damage that they did to the core is about a quarter of the damage, right? So they have to formulate a strategy. They have to find the right time. They have to find something right. And what is it? It really is all about capturing one single hero. And that is going to be either the Farsa, the Claude, or the Kimi. They have gotten the third Lord for themselves. The Lord is going to be tankier, beefier, and they're going to hit a lot harder than before. But is this going to be enough? Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It does seem like Powerpuff Girls did not manage to push their lanes in unison again, because that would have been the game-changing scenario. That would have been the one that changes the game right now. The amount of damage coming from Kimi is just a little bit too much. Take a look at that burn onto that Lord. He couldn't even come close to the core. Absolutely no way. How exactly are they supposed to do all this? In the meantime, Inuka is just going to be spiraling out of control with the last standing right on top of King Yuz. But King Yuz is just going to be jumping himself right onto the fountain, and he will be able to save himself in the nick of time. Miku, he goes down to the hands of Jester. The amount of members coming from Powerpuff Girls, they're just slowly going down. Clock goes down. How about the next one? How about Jester? He does have the Corner Inferno. Everything of that is now gone. He does have the immortality though, or not. He goes down. Last sanity pop, and here we have Nubitus runs back in. King Yuz has suppressed amount of damage, not enough to bring down the entirety of the creep waves from top, bottom, and mid. This is what I'm talking about. They needed to drag it long enough. All they gotta do is drag the game long enough, or rather, they need to drag the team fight in the core, or rather in the base, long enough for the second wave to push. Just buy all the time, soak all the damage, and of course, bait all the skills, just so that the opponents is unable to clear the creep waves, because eventually a 3 creep waves running in is not something that an opponent is able to withstand. No matter what you say, you can't hold it up. And that would definitely be one person dead. At least one person dead, right? Because the main point of Powerpuff Girls, they need to single out one person. And I think that Inuka did a really good job with singling out as well as buying a lot of time from King Yuz by going straight in with the last insanity right in the face of Kimi. And Kimi had no way of running away. He identified the situation. He identified the pain. And he identified the most impactful player, and that is going to be Kimi. If they can't kill Kimi, push Kimi away. Once Kimi is pushed away, they can immediately go for the next member to kill. And I believe that that was a Claude. This greedy play coming in from Evil Phoenix was a little bit too stretched out, a little bit way too stretched out. I am not a big fan of that. They did not manage to hold themselves in the early game. But not gonna lie, I'm gonna say that they definitely did well in the late games, especially since that they are a late game composition. They did well in the aspect of defending their base for a long time, right? That's the main thing I would like to push out over to Evil Phoenix. But either way, that is a 2-0 in favor of Powerpuff Girls. Unfortunately for Evil Phoenix, they will be knocked out of this competition from the Legends of Toa Payoh online tournament. And we will be looking at our semi-finals in the next stage, which is still going to be a best of 3. And only after that, we will be looking at a best of 5 game. But ladies and gentlemen, it is now 1:30 p.m. I'll see you guys right back after a lunch break, if I may. So make sure you go and get yourself some lunch. Make sure you go and get yourself some food, drinks, whatsoever, and be back here maybe in about 30, 45 minutes or something. So I'll see you guys.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Godlike. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Ally has been legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will defy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Godlike. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Ally has been legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike. Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! People of Northern Vale may be defeated. We never had Spirits of Northern
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Godlike. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Ally has legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this will make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Legends of Toa Payoh Online Tournament. My name is Abstract, and I will be your caster for today. We have watched some good games from round of 16 to round of 18, and now we are going to be looking at the semi-finals, the round of 4. And of course, we will be jumping onto the game real soon. But before we even jump into it, I would like to give a huge shout out and a big thank you to our organizers, PAYM, Toa Payoh Central Youth Network, as well as the Toa Payoh Central Community Club, our esports partners, Goga and Muntan E Project, which Muntan E Project has contributed to the prize pool of a total of 750 SGD worth of vouchers. We are also sponsored by Kaiju and Nasi Nuri. And speaking of Nasi Nuri, Nasi Nuri has got a great code, as you can see from the right hand side. So you can just take a look and use the code Nasi Nuri Cyber 10, and you'll be able to get 10% off of your purchase from their website. So all you gotta do is head to www.nasinuri.com, as in www.nasinuri.com. So if you're just gonna be jumping right into their portal, you can pretty much see that most and everything that they have is pretty much Malay cuisine. And of course, who doesn't love Malay cuisine? Am I right? Because everyone loves some good food, Malay soul food, and that is the whole thing that they will want to put out as the traditional Malay food is what they are gonna be looking out for, and they just pretty much describe themselves as the Malay soul food, aiming to preserve authentic and traditional family techniques and recipe. And of course, if it's a Malay food, it gotta have to be MUIS halal certified, which they are. Now that we've got that out of the way, Nasi Nuri, thank you so much for the sponsor. I make sure you guys jump on the portal and take a look at the menu and take a look at what they have got in store for you to make sure that kind of whets your appetite. Let us now jump into the next game here. And of course, match number 3, game number 1. Let us now take a look at the draft. Now, this is something that I'm definitely have been waiting for a long time, because we are now finally in the semi-finals. We are looking at CHIJ Toa Payoh that's going to be on the left side and Team Evaluation onto the right side. And of course, we've seen Team Evaluation for I think game number 1, if I'm not wrong, or rather match number 1. And CHIJ Toa Payoh, we have yet to see them yet. So I would like to see how they're going to fare for this game against Team Evaluation. We've got the bans going out, and that is going to be Roger as well as Pasa for CHIJ Toa Payoh. As for Team Evaluation, they went out for a ban on to Khalid as well as the Lancelot. So this is where the surprising thing starts. The CHIJ Toa Payoh has went for a first pick onto the Hilda, and not really onto either Atlas or perhaps even Uranus, and most importantly, the Yuzhong, because Team Evaluation has picked up the Yuzhong all for themselves. And not to forget, they also got the Yi Sun Shin all for themselves. So, Team Evaluation as well as Team CHIJ Toa Payoh, they have got themselves some really nasty lineup. Things are starting to look really scary. Now, Team Evaluation, they can still be looking at a lot of other heroes that's still available on the pool. We still got a good amount of fighters that's available. Our Team Evaluation needs to pick up just one more fighter, and it does seem like they are intending to go for that Ruby pick. As for tanks as well as the next support, I think that Team Evaluation can work towards getting a Selena. They can go towards getting a Valere. All these two are possible scenarios. And as for tanks, they can still go for Kufra actually, because CHIJ Toa Payoh have yet to ban the Kufra. So they should actually ban the Kufra. Ban the Kufra so that Team Evaluation will be stuck with either Akai or Lolita, which you shouldn't. Akai or Hylos actually. So these two seems to be pretty good. I'm not too sure about Grok though, but CHIJ Toa Payoh ended up getting a ban out for Selena. So Team Evaluation actually have gotten themselves the capacity to pick out the Valere right now, because CHIJ Toa Payoh can pick up the Valere for themselves. So now CHIJ Toa Payoh, let's take a look at which support that they are gonna be picking out. Seems like they are hovering on the Sicilian. They got that out. And now he's gonna be left with the hyper carry. Hayabusa could be a pick. Harif could be a pick.
Hanzo.
Your team is picking.
Wow!
Chang'e.
I haven't seen this in a long time. Hanzo. I like it. Now, Hanzo isn't really the kind of assassin that I thought would come out. The only few assassins I can think of was Hawkeye, Lancelot, as well as Hayabusa. And that is pretty much all, right? I didn't think that Hanzo could even put himself in this meta. I didn't think that Hanzo could even be thought of and of course be used. Sure, Hanzo is rather scary. Kinjutsu Pinnacle Ninja allows you to be hyper aggressive, and you can just dive onto the enemy without any repercussions. And Demon Feasts allow you to pick up your buffs almost instantaneously and just go back to the lane. Oops, sorry. Instantly go back to the lane, and you don't really have to care so much about taking so long to take the buffs. So it allows Hanzo to play a very aggressive stance onto the opponent's jungle and steal whatever buff that they want, and having not much repercussions. And the only problem is, you know, the escape mechanism doesn't really have a lot of escape mechanism. The only thing that he have is like Demon Thorns, right? Demon Thorns in Pinnacle Ninja mode is like the only kind of mobility skills that he have. So his physical body doesn't have any form of escape mechanism, which is something that, you know, kind of worries me a little bit. I'm not too sure how exactly they are intending to do this, and how exactly they are intending to work with this. And the fact that Hanzo can pick up a buff so fast, I'm not too sure if whether it is actually like the best things to do to immediately jump to his own jungle to take his own red buff. Like, yes, you can, But I feel that there could be a lot more things that you could do to enhance your gameplay mechanics, to further abuse the mechanics of a Hanzo, right? You can afford to play a really aggressively, or perhaps they're just kind of testing the waters a little bit. They're just trying to find out what's going on here and there. But in the meantime, it does seem like Yuzong did manage to get a kill at the top lane against the Uranus. So now we know for sure Yuzong definitely wins against a Uranus in the 1v1 versus 1 lane. Interesting, huh? Now, I really want to focus a lot more about CHIG Toa Payoh's Hanzo pick, because I would really want to see how well do they do and how well do they fare with this. Now, Pinnacle Ninja is now activated. He does have the opportunity to go for an immediate push. He's just going to go straight in and try to get a kill onto Ruby. He did manage to successfully do that, and followed by another kill on the Kufra. A really great start coming from CHIG Toa Payoh right off the bat already. Now, this is also definitely not something that I was expecting, and not a lot of people were expecting as well. The amount of damage burst coming from Hanzo in the early stages of the game, indeed, I would say is relatively high. Because the main thing about Hanzo is once he goes into Pinnacle Ninja mode, there are these two things that you would want to focus on a lot. Now, in Pinnacle Ninja stance, the Devastator is what really deals most of that damage. In his human form, it is ultimately that Demon Thorns that deals that amount of damage. You can see the amount of damage from Devastator. He can just go straight in with the Demon Thorn and get in real close and personal with retry. He almost have gotten himself the kill, but it doesn't seem like he cares. The amount of health that he has left is just so little, and no one bothered to clear off that Pinnacle Ninja, whereby his final Devastator onto the head of retry is more than enough to gain him the 3rd kill right about now. And not to forget, he also have picked up the emblem of that bounty hunter. I really like the pick of Hanzo right here. This is something really unorthodox. It is a great hero after all, but a lot of people couldn't really quite find the best way to play the Hanzo, most definitely because of the amount of mobility that arrives from opponents' teams. Like, for example, very jumpy kind of games, such as playing as Selena. Selena is a big problem, and I see why CHIG Toa Payoh went in to ban the Selena, because they have and they intend to pick the Hanzo. Selena is a mortal enemy to a Hanzo, and even though they banned the Selena, no one really thought about the fact that Hanzo may be the pick right here. And here we have the Demon Thorn just going to be activated coming in from Hanzo. He didn't get any kills though, but he's just staying himself away and just putting himself in quite a distance. The Demon Thorn is more than enough to deal a decent amount of damage, but unfortunately the kill will ultimately go towards Sicilian. It's not like it's a big deal after all, because the Sicilian will require some gold to himself as well. Because as a mage, you would need to deal all the kind of damage. The more amount of bad impact you put in means that you'll be able to skill a lot better in the later stages of the game. Whereas the Devastator, it did not push out the Devastator right on the Yisun shit. This is the amazing aspect of Hanzo. You can play so aggressively and with absolute zero repercussions. That's great. I love to see it. But in the meantime, Yuzong just gonna be immediately diving into the Turtle's Pit and finds himself in the middle of 4 members of CHIG Toa Payoh. He thought that he could steal the turtle away. But the thing is, the only thing that he has is a Petrify. And I do not like that. Once again, I said it before, Yuzong does not work well with the Petrify. What you need is actually an Execute to allow you to deal even more damage in the early stages of the game, and you will be able to get a kill so much faster with Execute. You don't have to sacrifice so much damage, sacrifice so much health, and it helps you propel forward towards the mid stages of the game. And if you're able to snowball from the early stages to the mid stages, your Execute is just gonna make you look so much more scarier. But I suppose it kind of helps a little bit, because he does pick up the high and dry, so we can expect that Yuzong is going for the aggressive stance. He can go for the Blade of Patriotism and followed by the Blade of Despair. But still, it still doesn't really prove a point that he should pick up the Petrify. With the amount of burst damage that comes to his arsenal, the only other reason that he should pick up on is probably getting himself the Retribution. That is what I feel, right? That's what I feel. But in the meantime, Hanzo gonna go straight in for a double kill. His Pinnacle Ninja is just putting himself so much damage. gaining himself that triple kill. The movement speed bonus is just out of this world. And getting himself a triple kill almost this immediately? Man. CHIJ Toa Payoh, they are just stomping over Team Evaluation. And Team Evaluations by no means have a bad lineup. By no means they have bad rotations. We've seen how he plays before. We've seen how Team Evaluation plays. They are absolutely a great team. They know what they're doing. But I guess the pick coming in from Hanzo onto Team Evaluation, they just did not expect it. They just don't know how to deal with it. And it's gonna be a tough one for Team Evaluation because no one can jump onto the Hanzo. And the only one that can do that is going to be the Yuzong. But Yuzong usually wants to stay in the front line because he can deal so much damage. He can put on so much shower residue. As you can pretty much see right over here, he's just going to be going straight in as the frontliner, initiating throughout the entire team fight. He did the most amount of damage and he soaked in the most amount of damage as well. He is the main starter. He is the main initiator of that team fight, which managed to help him and his team to propel forward to get himself that 3 kill in that round. But unfortunately, Team Evaluation, they tried to push the advantage for further by taking the turtle, which unfortunately did not work out for them either because CHIJ Toa Payoh, they were ready for a Team Evaluation to jump on the turtle, and that is where the Uranus as well as the Sicilian caught them off guard and getting themselves the kill onto the Yi Sun-shin again. Yi Sun-shin is not on a good term right now. 1 kill, 4 deaths. And the amount of items that he has is only Raptor Machete and not anywhere close to the Blade of Despair. Boy oh boy, he's gonna have some tough time. While in the meantime, it's relatively safe to say that our Hanzo has gotten himself some good items ready. Well, let us take a look at the top lane. Kampai just gonna be jumping right in, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like he's just gonna be using the Fatal Link just yet. 4 men in coming from Team Evaluation, but that is only post-death of this Yuzong. They're gonna go straight in for the next one. A double kill onto the name of Hilda, but unfortunately Kampai tries to link in with that Fatal Links. Unfortunately, linking with absolutely no one. The amount of damage coming from Devastator followed by the Demon Thorns from the Hanzo immediately wiped out Kai. He knew exactly who to go out for. He knew who is his target. And all he needs to do is starve out the Yi Sun-shin and make sure that he gets no farm whatsoever, and they will be able to get this game with a piece of cake. Easy game. Sanguine Claws landing in, coming from Sicilian, and now the Bat Storm activates. He's just going to use it as a zoning tool and deny Team Evaluation from pushing further in to the heart of CHIJ Toa Payoh. While in the meantime, Marcus Back is currently roaming around in the bottom lane. It does seem like he will have the assistance of Kampai, but a Black Dragon form emerges. Kampai will not be able to do anything during the entire duration of the Black Dragon, so he had to stay behind. But the Pinnacle Ninja comes back in. The Kinjutsu is pretty much the main thing that have brought CHIJ the win of that fight. 2 easy kills for them. And Hilda, all he gotta do is do whatever he can with the power of wildness and just bring Team Evaluation to a close. With 3 of the turrets down, or rather 6 of the turrets down from top, middle, and bottom lane, they have found themselves in the bare fangs of Team Evaluation's base and just so easily taking down the inhibitor turret at the bottom lane, the middle lane as well, and as a bonus, they also gotten the kill on Yuzong. Well, it is fair to say that Hanzo is definitely not a hero that you should be, you should underestimate. We know the power of Hanzo, right? We definitely knew. But there is some loopholes that can be exploited. There are a couple of things that you can pretty much watch out for Hanzo, and if you manage to find and you follow his tail, find his real body, there really isn't much that he can do. But that is provided if the rest of the team, the tanks, the fighters, they don't know what they're doing. So this is a very team-based game. CHIJ Toa Payoh, they absolutely know how to deal with this game. They know how to flush the Evaluation away. And they absolutely know how to control the map to ensure that the real body of the Hanzo is always safe and sound, because they're always erecting this wall right in front of Team Evaluation. And the only way that Team Evaluation can go towards the real body of Hanzo is to break down the wall. And that wall consists of Atlas and Uranus. There's just so much to bring down. Not even a Wrecking Ball is able to do quite much. And here we have the Lord is just pummeling down onto the core. Team Evaluation could not even do anything, and the core just immediately goes down without a question. There wasn't really anything the Team Evaluation is able to do, while most, if not like 3 of the members of Team CHIJ Toa Payoh was actually so bothered at the top lane, they didn't even hit the core as well. The Lord has been pummeling on the core so much. They even had 1% at the bottom side attacking the core. I can't exactly remember whom, but they got the job down. They knew exactly what they needed to do. And I would say CHIJ Toa Payoh, they are really good with their controlling of the map. It is not just Hanzo himself. A good Hanzo does not mean that he's going to succeed all the time. He has to be very, very reliant on his team. Let's say you have a Hanzo goes into Pinnacle Ninja, right? And the rest of the team just separates, scatter. So his full body, his real body, is just left there unattended. There's no wall. There's nothing for the opponents to break through. It is so easy to enter, and it's so easy to get close to the real body of Hanzo to make Hanzo completely worthless. But in this case, CHIJ Toa Payoh, they formed the wall well. They would make Trump proud. So proud, I will tell you that. So I wouldn't be surprised if CHIJ Toa Payoh were to work with the Hanzo again. And I don't believe that, Team Evaluation would ban the Hanzo. I would say that Hanzo is worthy of a pick, but he's not worthy of a ban. I don't think that they should go all out just to get that ban onto Hanzo, because I'm pretty sure that if Team CHIJ Toa Payoh were to focus on Hanzo so much, they should have practiced to the point that if someone were to ban Hanzo, they know what to do in that current situation. What is the other hero? What is the other composition that would bamboozle the enemies, right? Because Hanzo is a bamboozling hero by itself already. And I myself, I'm bamboozled. I'm surprised. And I would really like to see what CHIJ Toa Payoh have got in store for us. That was an amazingly great play. That was really fun to watch. Not gonna lie, that was really fun. That was really fun to watch, and I would want to see what else. What other heroes? What other hero pool that our Hanzo player have got for us? I'm just interested. I am hands down interested. I want to find out more. So this coming game is something that will bring me, will give me a fresh insight, and will open my eyes, because I never thought of Hanzo throughout my career here, from my today, yesterday, and like weeks before. I've never once thought Hanzo being applicable as the high. Granted, Hanzo is great when it comes to buff, stealing buffs, roaming around fast with ninja. Creep clearing is fast as well, thanks to Demon Thorns. There was a buff on to Hanzo very, very long time ago, like 2 patches back, right? But no one really cared about Hanzo. So there it is. There it is. Hanzo made a debut. He made Hanzo, he put Hanzo in the spotlight. But the question is this spotlight big enough to be recognized by the... There definitely will be other teams that is watching this stream right now, and they will acknowledge and understand, what should we do? What should we absolutely do to stop this from happening? And the answer is Selena. One of them. Because for what Team CHIJ Toa Payoh did was that they banned Selena last, and they are not looking at banning Selena in the first two banning, because I guess it just doesn't really matter that much for them. So if you're able to snag that Selena in the early stages, then I suppose that you will that will kind of be a form of deterrence to make sure that CHIJ Toa Payoh don't pick the Hanzo. And you can still play in many, many ways with the Selena. Picking a Selena does not prohibit you from having an extensive composition, unlike Loi. If there is a specific thing that you gotta do with Loi, actually, Loi can do. I think Loi may seem to be a rather interesting pick as well against a Hanzo. Think about it. Think about it. We've got a Loi, right? They are ready for a team fight, and a team fight is happening. All Loi has got to do is drop down his ultimate right behind of the current team fight and follow the tail. 5 men running towards Hanzo, that's going to chase Hanzo away, right? It's either chase Hanzo away or they get a kill on Hanzo. Either way, it works for you because you will have to force him to escape from his pinnacle ninja, escape him from the cast time. Make sure that he stops using the pinnacle ninja, and when that happens, turn tails, fight the main group. That becomes 5 against 4, right? And everyone else, because they are so they're so in their mind to running down to you, it's very highly likely that they're just gonna end up huddling together. Because let's say, for example, the team of Loi is on the top right hand side. Okay, so yeah, top right hand side over here, right? Top right hand side, right? And then the Hanzo team is on the bottom left hand side. All right. So if you start the fight over here and then you teleport to the middle, right? You teleport to the middle, and the entire group of the Hanzo's team is right smack in the middle, somewhere around the jungle. Eventually, they will have to funnel towards the middle lane, funnel towards the river, and that is the point of time where everyone will pretty much be huddled up together, right? That will be the point of time that you kind of want to go in for the wombo combo, just kind of catch them off guard, 5 versus 4, dispersion, dispersion as well as the distraction or something like that, and just huddle everyone sucked together. Theory crafting. This is all theory crafting. It is something that you can expect to happen, but it will only happen 1% of the time. But it is great if you're able to theory craft and try to see what went right, what went wrong, and following up with more theory craft to make sure that things work towards your way. Because you can always take advantage and you can always take control of every single team fight, depending on what you use. Enough of my blabbering. Let us just jump right on to the drafting stage right now as we take a look at match number 3, game number 2 between Team Evaluation versus CHIJ Toa Payoh. And now Team Evaluation, they went in for the respect ban of the Hanzo. They actually went for the respect ban. So what does CHIJ Toa Payoh have now? What are they going to do? Are they really going to have like a bamboozling pick right here for us? Team Evaluation, they may actually pick up the Yuzhong right here. CHIJ Toa Payoh, they got themselves the Khalid.
Roger.
They got a Khalid. They also got a Uranus. So there's no reason for them to even go for the Yuzhong unless they want to go for the Yuzhong hyper carry. That is provided if Team Evaluation don't pick it. But they did. They picked up the Roger, Yuzhong, as well as Atlas. So we've got most of the roles that's already been settled out over there. But for CHIJ Toa Payoh, 2 of the fighters is already done. Yi Sun-shin is already done as well. They are looking for a single support and they're looking for a single tank. And as for Team Evaluation, they're looking for support. They're looking for a single fighter. That's all they gotta do. So CHIJ Toa Payoh, they have went ahead to getting a ban onto Selena, which is the same thing that they did in the previous round. They went for a final ban on Selena, while Team Evaluation went for a final ban on Fanny. It does seem like they are Team Evaluation may be thinking outside the box and thinking that CHIJ Toa Payoh may go for something, completely random. But the thing is, banning the Fanny may not be the best case scenario because CHIJ Toa Payoh, they already have the 2 fighters and the 1 singles hyper carry. There's no reason for CHIJ Toa Payoh to go out to get a pick on the Fanny to further suffocate themselves with the lack of goal distribution, right? So, not a right ban from Team Evaluation. I am not sure about that, but I really don't think that is the right ban at all.
X4.
Nothing out of the ordinary from here onwards, really. Nothing out of the ordinary. We're looking at the final tank, and Kufra may very well be the final tank they're looking at. Yeah, so it seems like it. It's either Kufra or it's gonna be Rock. Production says maybe they ban Fanny to prevent their troll teammates from playing it. I wouldn't be surprised. It would have been funny, to be honest. It really would have been funny. Well, now here it is. The Kufra pick coming in from CHIJ Toa Payoh. They have got Khalid, Uranus, Yin Sun Shin, Sicilian, as well as Kufra. While Team Evaluation, they have Atlas, Yuzong, Roger, Vale, as well as Xbox. Now, we don't see Vale a lot. We only seen Vale in a single game by JKASS. And I would say that his teching, the way he's teched the Vale's skills is not exactly the best thing possible because he didn't get the CC variant, right? The variant that he picked up was deal more damage. It was not a CC vacuum towards the epicenter of the tornado. And that is not good. You need that CC in order to blast out the rest of your skills. Because what's the point of getting a high damage ultimate if it's not gonna land? Right? It's not gonna land at all. So I don't know about this. There are things that just doesn't really quite work out for the for JKASS's Veil, but I really hope that this time it would work out. I really hope that it would work out and see what they can do for this game in favor for Team Evaluation. Perhaps we may see a full best of 3 series in this game if Team Evaluation were to win. Let's take a look. In the top lane, we do have Uranus that's going to be fighting against with a Yuzong. And nothing out of the ordinary, I suppose. Yuzong did win against the Uranus in the previous game. Middle lane, we do have Vale, and Vale that will be soloing against Toa Payoh with that Kufra, Sicilian, as well as Yin Sun Shin, because the rest of Team Evaluation is now busy at the bottom lane getting themselves the red buff for Roger. And then following it up, they're just gonna go straight onto the purple buff. Little Wanderer goes over to Kampai. Not like it matters a lot, but it just means that Flix doesn't really have any reason to be poking the enemies to deal any form of damage. When it comes to Khalid fighting against an Xbox, this is where things start to get a little bit confusing because I'm actually not sure who would win. The amount of pokes that Xbox is able to dish out with fire missiles, or would it be the superior healing from the Quicksand Guard coming in from the Khalid? That's the main question. Now, Team Evaluation, they are going for a little bit more of the aggressiveness. They're trying to go straight in and take the kill off that red buff. Unfortunately, they wasn't able to do quite that. Kai managed to get a kill right on top of Kampai. More bodies are dropping down from the side of Team Evaluation, and perhaps not just the two of them. Kai with a low amount of HP tries to get himself away, but unfortunately, the final skill shot coming in from our Yin Sun Shin just did not land, or else they could have gotten themselves with a total of 4 kills within 2 minutes. It was a wasted opportunity. An opportunity that has just flashed out of the way, and it did not go their way at all. It's rather surprising though, if you ask me. The Khalid actually moved really fast. They actually exchanged in lanes. Evaluation and CHIJ Toa Payoh's Uranus has relocated himself to the bottom lane, while Khalid has relocated himself to the top lane because, well, I would suppose that the sustainability coming in from Khalid is parallel with the sustainability of Yuzong. So, understandably so, I can say that. And the amount of instances that that the Xbox has to put out to deal damage to the Uranus allows him to play aggressively because he's just going to heal up all of the health anyways. And not to forget, if he's proxying, the amount of instances that's hitting him is going to help him heal even more as well. So he's not too afraid of receiving damage from fire missile. So it was a good call coming from CHIJ Toa Payoh. Good call with that change of laning.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
You can see, right about here. Mark is back. He doesn't really care at all. The amount of damage coming in from the fire missiles, even though it can deal true damage after a short while when the fire gauge is up, it doesn't really matter much. He still can heal the health away. In the meantime, the Black Dragon emerges. He's just going to be jumping right on top of the Sicilian. Did not land well though, but here we have the Fatal Link. Just going to be hooking up too, but it doesn't seem like things are working towards their way at all because all 4 men of CHIJ Toa Payoh is ready to deal all the damage right on the Kai. The amount of movement speed coming from Kai will be enough to get himself fleeing out of the battlefield, and of course the Raging Sandstorm from our Jewel LF lands the stun right on top of the Yuzhong, and there is no means of escape for him out of that situation, and he is pretty much as dead as a doornail. LF, the quicksand guard, not gonna pop. He's just gonna use his flicker to get himself away, then use the quicksand guard when he is in a perfect shape, and of course when he is in a safer place. More healing for days. Team Evaluation heading their way towards the turtle. Will they be able to get a turtle soup? I'll say absolute yes, because I believe that there is no retribution coming from Kai, but either way, he did still manage to get a kill over there. Kampai with the Tyrant's Rage, but it did not slam into the wall. The last reach sanity. Eyes on retry. He blasted the entirety of Kampai out of this world, but in the end, it doesn't seem to matter, because Yi Sun-shin is the one that really matters a lot with that maniac to his name, CHIJ Toa Payoh. They have only lost a single tank in that entirety of the team fight, and they won everything else. CHIJ Toa Payoh, man oh man, they are one heck of a strong team. They really know how to rotate around. They know how to play things around, and of course, their Yi Sun-shin knows how to play this as well. He is great when it comes to team fight. His positioning is strong. And of course, his KSing skills is pretty good as well, not gonna lie. But here we have Marcus back, finds himself in the opponent's jungle, and of course in the heart of the enemy team. Will he be able to get himself away? It does seem like the CC is not available to bring Mark to the epicenter of the tornado. And why? Because he have a good amount of movement speed, and he will not be the victim of fail just yet. Eyes on middle lane. Atlas trying to go in, gets himself out. He does have a small fraction of HP just left though, but the last insanity spinning on the Kampai. Kampai goes down to retry again. The Sanguine Claws lands on the Kai. He's a little bit too far away from the major team fight, but in the meantime, he did manage to get a kill onto one of them. He goes into werewolf form, gets himself away. Bad attack on the Kai. Sanguine Claws missing it all out, and now it is a perfect opportunity for the Sicilian to get himself wrecked down by the Yuzhong, only to get the tides turned. The chess table has been switched around, and CHIJ Toa Payoh finds themselves with 3 kills, while Team Evaluation finds themselves with 2 kills. Most importantly, they managed to get the kill onto Yi Sun-shin, which should be their #1 priority. We're looking at roughly about 4,000 gold, close to 5,000 gold advantage in favor for CHIJ Toa Payoh. And things are looking to be pretty grim from Team Evaluation because of the amount of turrets that's already been taken down. We have missed that so far. At the bottom lane, two turrets down. Middle lane, 1 turret is down. And top lane, 2 turrets is down. So CHIJ Toa Payoh, all they gotta do is just kind of get a little bit more of the turtle. If they are able to win the fight at a turtle, they can kill the turtle. And of course, kill a great amount of enemies in Team Evaluation. They can immediately go for the push in the middle lane and try to make the exterior towers all completely down. The Raging Sandstorm coming from Khalid is just going to be pushing everyone else and splitting the fight into 2. Kampai finds himself in a bad position once again. The Furious Dive is what's going to bring him to the depths of hell. But it doesn't really matter, because CHIJ Toa Payoh has found themselves with the main priority, which is exactly what I was saying, to bring members of Team Evaluation down while taking the turtle as well, which will open up the gates to bring down the second tier turret in the middle lane, and also to steal the opponent's buff, to further starve Team Evaluation from any forms of healing, or rather any forms of gold.
Initiate retreat! Initiate retreat!
Game is tough. Game is really hard. And I just don't know exactly what Team Evaluation have to do at this moment of time. The only thing that I can think of is really just wait for the late game, because Roger is pretty nasty in the late game as compared to the Yi Sun-shin. But in the meantime, it does seem like we are going to see an all-out team fight going on about. The Black Dragon emerges, and of course the Black Dragon coming in from the Yuzhong is just going to put himself in front, and of course just going to be pushing the Uranus back. But not until long, Uranus joins into the bottom of the fray and going to be helping out with the rest of the team coming from CHIJ Toa Payoh. Saves Kufra and ensure that he does not go down. But in the meantime, The Sicilian did go down though. CHRJ Toa Payoh has gotten themselves with close to 10,000 gold advantage, and they have so much in store for them. And not gonna lie, it feels a little bit late for the Xbox to be picking up the immortality right now. I feel that he could have gotten the immortality a lot earlier. There could be a possibility that he actually bought something else before the immortality. I'm not too sure. But in the end, he finally got himself the... Oh, yes, he did. He got himself the Bloodlust Axe, then the immortality. I mean, it can go either way around, bro. You can pretty much go either way around. But he's the person that managed to get the most farm. And it's not Yuzong. And it's also not the Roger. Now, this is one thing that I don't like, right? A fighter such as Yuzong to be picking up the Raptor Machete, pretty much just starving the Roger. And now is going to make things as though like the hyper carry is no longer the hyper carry. I just don't like that. It's not my cup of tea. Whenever I'm a fighter and my hyper carry wants to go for Raptor Machete, I'm not gonna pick up the Raptor Machete. But hey, we can pretty much say that the Yuzong can be an eligible target for a hyper carry, but unfortunately he's just going to run himself away. Even though he does have the Dragonoid form, he does have the capabilities to survive and to get himself a little bit of sustainability. But perhaps he knew that this team fight is done for. He do not want to continue this team fight, but that also means that Kai will immediately go down. So the CHRJ Toa Payoh is able to go straight in for more pushes onto the side of Team Evaluation. They have the Lord as well, and the Lord will slowly trample in, fight for the cause of CHRJ Toa Payoh over the top, and they will have to slowly push down the middle lane as well as the bottom lane to match the timing of the Lord. Here we have Yi Sun-shin's superior mobility and superior positioning. You can pretty much have you have your eyes on top on the Yi Sun-shin. He pops the ultimate. He waits for the perfect opportunity to go right out, and now he joined into the fray. He knew that his teammate has got it. He knew that his teammate could deal with the Yuzong alone, and Kampai joins right in. He does have Tyrant's Rage, and he's okay. He's still okay. He's not gonna go for the Tyrant's Rage just about yet, but in the meantime, we do have a lot of damage that's gonna be dropping down on Atlas. They don't really care about anything else. Kampai with a low amount of HP, but take a look at Jill. He's just right in the middle of the team fight. He managed to get himself a kill. How about retry? So flick. He goes for the last vanity. Eyes on retry. He brings one down, but not anyone else more. And now like that, CHRJ Toa Payoh manages to fling themselves game number 2 away from Team Evaluation. And that is the semifinals match 1. Game number 2. This is the best of 3 after all, so CHRJ Toa Payoh, congratulations to you guys. I will see you guys in the finals. And unfortunately for Team Evaluation, I acknowledge that you guys are definitely a really strong team. But I guess that CHRJ Toa Payoh was a little bit too over the edge and is just completely out of control, spiraling out of control. That Hanzo came out from absolutely nowhere. And the Yi Sun-shin's positioning, the amount of damage that he's able to deal towards the enemies, they just work so well as a team. And that takes long hours of practice. And honestly, I don't know how did they even get to this point, to this extent. Like in team fights, it kind of seems like they have a routine. They know what they need to do. They know what they have to do, and they're just dominating throughout. Right? Take a look at Yi Sun-shin. 10 kills, 1 death, and 8 assists. He got himself the Raptor Machete. He got himself his Blade of Despair. And on the flip side, the Khalid do not pick up a Raptor Machete because it's just going to starve the Yi Sun-shin. So they did well. They did the right thing. That is, at least to my opinion. You should not pick up the Raptor Machete if your hyper carry is intending to go for a Raptor Machete. Because you need to give all of the jungle creeps over to your hyper carry, not to take them for yourself. And that is the main reason why I would say that the Yuzong got himself with a great amount of farm as compared to the Roger. If you look at things, the team fight participation is almost equal, right? Roger as well as the Yuzong is equal, 78%. But if you take a look at the kills, I dare say that the kills from Yuzong is definitely slightly higher, right? It's definitely higher. He dies a lot more, but he still have more gold. And I will still say, because of the amount of creeps that he's gaining for himself, right? The amount of assists coming in from Roger is higher than Yuzong. And in total, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 participation of kills. And for Kai, it's also 7 participation of kills. It's completely tallying it out. It's completely equal. But we're looking at a 500 gold deficit coming in from the Roger. And the 500 gold pretty much comes from creep waves as well as jungle minions. And not forgetting about that, the amount of damage is the amount of damage that you can absorb onto your Raptor Machete makes a difference. So fun fact, I guess this is a learning lesson for other people that is playing as a fighter. Yes, I suppose that you can pick up the Raptor Machete if you're not really confident with your hyper carry, but I don't see a reason to to lose confidence in your hyper carry if you are in a team. So I guess that you gotta have to deconflict a little bit here and there. If your hyper carry doesn't want to go for Raptor Machete, then the fighter can go for the Raptor Machete, and the hyper carry would just continuously roam and roam and roam and roam. Just keep on roaming and get kills whenever he can. That's the thing. That's also what a hyper carry could do. Get all the kills and use the bounty hunter emblem. And that is it from me. That was the semifinals game. We'll be looking at the final game really, really soon. I'm not too sure if whether we'll be doing the third place match. I'm not sure if whether we'll have the bronze games just yet, but the holding screen will tell you more. So in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Godlike. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Ally has legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Godlike. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike. Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! People of Northern Vale may be defeated. You never stand Spirits of Northern
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time where things are gonna get scary. Things are gonna get spiced up. And of course, well, scary. My name is Abstract and I will be your caster for today. We've went through some good amount of games from the top 8, top 16, top 8, and of course at the semifinals. And now we are at the grand finals already. About time, if you ask me, about time. And of course, what can I say? What can I say other than a huge thank you to all the viewers out there for watching this stream? And I would also like to give a huge shout out and thank you to our organizers, PAYM Toa Payoh Central Youth Network, Toa Payoh Central Community Club, our esports partner Sukoga, as well as Moonton E Project, which is our prize pool sponsor, and of course, finally, our sponsor Kaiju, as well as Sinuri, FMB sponsor, or rather our sponsor that is of the FMB genre. And now, what can I say more about Kaiju as well as Nasinuri? If you take a look at Kaiju's code over here, which is Kaiju Cyber 20, all you gotta do is just type this code right here, and you get 20% off in their portal. All right, so just head down to www.kaijukaiju.com, and you shall be able to and you shall be greeted by their wide variety of bentos. Right, so it's just so much Japanese food. I'm just gonna be taking a look here again, right? There's so many things that is going on in their website, and the amount of food that they have here, man, it definitely whets my appetite for sure. Okay, Kaiju Kaiju is a Japanese restaurant after all, specializing in the biggest, baddest bentos. All right, kaijus as in beasts, monsters, like giant monsters, as you like to say. So take a look at their website. You may be greeted by gyudora, which is a truffled wagyu short rib steak, a sukiyagyu, which is a beef, a toriran, which is a sweet and sour chicken, kanizor, which is a California soft shelled crab. Good. Magron, which is a tuna tataki, kalibuta, which is katsukari, as well as unagyu. You pretty much understand what that means. Is eel and beef fried rice. I'm a fan of Japanese food. All right, I'm a huge fan of Japanese food. So once I took a look at Kaiju Kaiju's menu right here, whew, it looks good. The takeaways and they have takeaways and island-wide deliveries from Monday to Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. So make sure you get yourself a feel of Kaiju Kaiju, and of course use the code Kaiju Kaiju Cyber 20 today. Make sure you use it fast. Use it now so that you can eat it for dinner, right? And not only Kaiju Kaiju, I would like to talk about. I also would like to talk about Nasi Nuri, which you also can see we have a code voucher over there. Type in Nasi Nuri Cyber 10 and you'll get 10% off your purchase in their website. Head down to www.nasinuri.com because Nasi Nuri serves what they describe as a Malay soul food, aiming to preserve authentic and traditional family techniques and recipe, and is MUIS halal certified. If you just take a look at their menu and you just take a look at their food, man, okay, I'm just going to take a look at what they have here because, I mean, it's Malay food after all. I love Malay cuisine. They have lontong klasik, they have lontong goreng, they have nasi sambal goreng chicken wing, nasi sambal goreng kepadu. Okay, so there's so many things in here, and they have good amount of sets, right? They have a good amount of sets. They have the nasi sambal goreng. They have the nasi ambeng sets. They also have some other a la carte such as beef rendang, sambal sotong kering, and quite a lot of things such as fried chicken wing. So they have a wide variety of food over here. So make sure you don't miss this out. 10% off. Use the code, all right? Use the code over here. Nasi Nuri Cyber 10. Nasi Nuri Cyber 10. Ladies and gentlemen, use it. Use it. Use it today. Right now. All right? So make sure, I'm pretty sure it whets your appetite after I've said so much of their menu right there. There really is no reason for you guys to not feel, not be, mouth watered by all of that. Let's just jump right into it. Welcome to Legends of Toa Payoh Grand Finals between CHIJ Toa Payoh versus Powerpuff Girls. We've seen two of these teams battle it out in the for the longest time ever, and they had, of course, different ways of playing. And right about now, you can pretty much understand how they play. And if you ask me, right, CHIJ versus Powerpuff Girls, they both have really strong teams. They both are really strong teams, and it's really tough for me to say who is stronger. It's really tough. I really cannot put a finger on it, right? Let's take a look at the bans first. Alright, CHIJ Toa Payoh went in for a ban on Khalid as well as Popol and Koopa, understandable. And Powerpuff Girls went in for a ban on Yi Sun-shin and Hanzo. Respect ban, as you can see there. A respect ban, guys. Woo! Okay, so unfortunately, we would not see Hanzo this game. I would love to see Hanzo again. Really, I would love to see Hanzo, but it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Well, the next ban is going to be Sicilian as well as Roger. And the final picks coming in from CHIJ Toa Payoh as well as Powerpuff Girls for their first three picks. For Powerpuff Girls, we have Yuzo, Uranus, Farsa, and a recently picked Atlas. While CHIJ Toa Payoh has gotten themselves Hilda, Lunox, as well as Kufra. Now, Lunox will understandably be going to the bottom lane, Hilda at the top lane, middle will have the Kufra, and it does seem like they are looking at a carry, hyper carry. How about Mage though? Selena is available. Oh yeah, Kagura. Yeah. So Kagura, we've seen Kagura in like PvP sports, and that it does seem like Kagura is a really strong hero without a doubt, like without a doubt. And I would really want to see how Kagura is able to bring out the damage onto this board, because she deals a lot of invisible damage, man. When he used his semi umbrella open, you don't really see the animation, or rather you don't really see like flashy animation that deals damage to the opponents. It's just whoop, 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 and their HP just kind of goes down. You don't really know what killed you. You don't even know what's poking you. You just know that there's just a random umbrella, a floating umbrella flying around, and you're just kind of really just questioning your sanity throughout the time. So, well, that is Kagura for you. And the final pick coming in from Powerpuff Girls is going to be a Claude. Nothing out of the ordinary, to be honest. I really like the picks coming in from both sides. But if you ask me, I think Powerpuff Girls have got a better lineup. I really think the Powerpuff Girls may have the better lineup. Here's why I say that, right? In the side lanes, we have a very dominant side laner, and that is going to be Uranus as well as the Yuzong. They definitely would dominate in their lane, right? Hilda is not that super good in her lane per se, but she's really good in dealing damage in the later stages of the game once she gets the Blade of Hephaestus as well as the Blade of Despair, right? Her damage to the supports can be devastating. The amount of movement speed that she can get is really, really high. So she can just rush right in and just do whatever that she can onto the opponent's Fasa on this side, Powerpuff Girls, right? So, I mean, that is like the good thing about Hilda. But in the laning phase, I just don't see the value, right? But in terms of everything else, they're on par. Absolutely on par. I would expect that the Uranus would want to go for some proxy pushes in the top lane. Maybe in the later stages or something like that. And kind of tough to say, not gonna lie. And of course, EVD, we've got EVD, we've got Popola or Fasa, which understandably, Popola or Fasa. And they also have Miku in the middle lane just roaming around. They managed to get themselves the Little Wanderer, and followed by a push down into CHRJ Toa Payoh's jungle camps to steal away the red buff. The question is, will CHRJ Toa Payoh be fast enough to take that buff back? Will they steal it away? Here comes Lunox. I don't think that Lunox is able to do quite much. Inuka joins in the lines and goes out with the Dragon Tail. It did manage to deal a decent amount of damage right onto the Kagura though, but not enough for her to be in the critical range as of now. Marcus Back joins in with our carry and Kampai to help take the opponent's red buff, while our Uranus have made his way back to the middle, to the top lane, try to contest against the Hilda in the top lane. The amount of EXP earned by Hilda seems to be a lot higher than what Uranus have got. I mean, he will catch up in terms of EXP soon, coming up to level 3. But here we have Kagura hiding within the brushes, waiting for the perfect time. The same way Umbrella Open did not land, but it's just going to be as a form of poking mechanism and also a way to help them grab the River Crab for the carry to further up and expand the amount of goal lead that they have. Except that they don't really have a goal lead. Things seems to be rather calm, if you ask me. In the top lane, we don't really have much going about. Uranus really is just wandering around and looking for some fights, and of course checking into the brushes to ensure that there is no opponent somewhere, anywhere in the brushes, and just to make sure that, you know, they can be prepared for anything that comes and goes. So Powerpuff Girls, they've got the map dominance. They would want to have the map dominance and do whatever that they can to ensure that their members are pretty much safe in the middle lane. But in the meantime, you can pretty much see the extremities of that Feathered Airstrike coming in from Fasa, and Fasa gets himself the first kill. Marcus Back is going to be completely slowed down by a huge amount of kills, but it doesn't seem like he's able to do quite much to get a kill on the Hilda. It ends up to be a trade between EVD as well as Marcus Back. things are not really working towards very well for CHIG Toa Payoh in terms of kills. They are losing only in terms of 200 gold. And it's not much though, it really isn't much. But I would like to commend Lunox in the bottom lane. He is faring pretty well against this Yuzong, and he's not really losing that much of a health. Sure, I can say that the Cosmic Rays definitely does do a decent amount of healing for Lunox, but not as much as healing as the Char residue that the Yuzong is able to get for himself. Lunox's Cosmic is just good enough in lane if there is a bunch of creeps, because the Starlight Pulse, the Starlight Pulse, not Cosmic Ray. The Starlight Pulse is the one that helps you, gain back the health. The more creep it is, the more health you gain back, and you will only get like three creep waves, 3 creeps per wave, and you can only get that amount of health whenever possible. So as long as the Yuzong plays aggressively, right, he should be able to nick down a good amount of health away from Lunox before even going down to the darkening of the Lunox. The top lane though does seem like we are having quite a party. The bottom lane quite a party as well, with Jewel LF getting a kill right down onto the Yuzong, while Miku joins in the fray to kill that Lunox almost instantaneously. Everything connected, including the Blazing Duet. They're not gonna spend any time. If my Yuzong is down, you have to go down too. A really good trade. While top lane, Mark is back, that is playing as the Hilda. His movement speed is all the way down to an all-time low, to a 20% amount of movement speed only. There is no way they can even run away from all of that. In fact, I don't even think that the Fatal Links was even a necessary countermeasure to what they already have on in their mind, because whatever they have on their hands as well, the Hilda absolutely have no way to run away, right? The worst case scenario is that he gets into turret's range and you receive a little bit of damage from the turret. That is pretty much all. Shouldn't go out for the Fatal Links at all. Not necessary. Not necessary at all. It's gonna be a Yuzong versus a Hilda down in the bottom lane. The Black Dragon emerges. Inuka trying to go for the Dragon Tail. He misses, so he knows that he don't really have a chance to fight against Hilda only after a good 5 seconds. I don't think that he have a lot of cooldown reduction items just about yet. It will take some time before he's able to go online at one time. He just needs more farm. He just needs more farm. But Inuka, he did pick up the execute though, so that is something that I love. Something that I absolutely want to see from a Yuzong, and exactly what I was talking about. If we pull out the item tab, we will also find out if whether he picked up the Raptor Machete, but we're just gonna hold that thought for a little bit, as it does see that Powerpuff Girls did manage to bring down the first tier turret in the middle lane, and top lane and bottom lane seems to be down as well. So now, take a look at items. Yuzong has went all in for the Blade of Despair. He's going on the exact same build as me. Something that I did not realize, and something that I'm not expecting as well. Because a lot of Yuzong players immediately go for the sustainability route instead of going for the damage route. I myself, personally, I love the damage route. I just go straight for either Blade of Heptasis, or I just go straight for a Blade of Despair and then go for the Bloodlust Axe. It really depends on what I have in my arsenal, but I love to have that early game advantage in terms of damage because of execute. It helps you snowball, and once you snowball and you build up like Bloodlust Axe, as well as your Oracle, as well as Queen's Wing, it just makes you so tanky in the late stages of the game. You can just dive however you want and deal good damage as well. So that is like my end goal in mind. But in the meantime, let us take a look, and with our eyes in the middle lane, Fate does seem like he's just going to be overextending himself just a little bit. He's just going to go straight on to the Lunox, but unfortunately the Darkening as well as the all kinds of Chaos Assault coming in from Lunox did not land on the final blow onto Inuka at all. And it just things just seems to be relatively sad. The Uranus stays alive, Inuka stays alive as well. Most of Powerpuff Girls lineup is looking to be pretty darn strong. While CHIG Toa Payoh have got their back against the wall, with most of their first tier turrets all taken down already. Oracle bought up by the Atlas, as well as the Blade of Despair by Inuka. This pretty much means that the aggressive front coming in for Powerpuff Girls is getting stronger and stronger, and we can pretty much expect that Powerpuff Girls is going to get a lot of kills from this point on. Kampai went in one by one right after the death of their Hilda. Things are starting to get really grim for CHIJ Toa Payoh. Powerpuff Girls now acknowledges the fact that CHIJ Toa Payoh have 2 men down. They can afford to push in many different lanes, such as at the top lane. Once they have more information as to where are the other heroes, now they know that there's a Lunox in top lane. And of course, the middle lane is only with 2 men. They won't be expecting any more backups until until recently. So Uranus would then go for a split push in the bottom lane and get himself the turret with no contest whatsoever. Now all the second tier turret is now down. The amount of movement speed reduction coming from Marcus back is just so high. They just jumped right onto the inhibitor turret at the top lane. They don't give a damn at all exactly what CHIJ Toa Payoh has got in store for us. The Black Dragon emerges coming from Inuka. He's just gonna be circling around and of course trying to deny whatever that they had in the bottom lane. Powerpuff Girls is just going to deal as much damage as possible to the bottom lane inhibitor turret while pushing all the waves in one single unity. And here we have the mega kill right onto Faster with the Phantom Airstrike. It's pretty much going to be the initiating factor. And CHIJ Toa Payoh, they're not gonna go down without a fight. It does seem like Mark is back, as well as our carry has went in to try to deal a little bit more of a poke damage, because that's exactly what they want. They want to poke Powerpuff Girls enough that they stop pushing. They need to stop the push coming in from Powerpuff Girls. CHIJ Toa Payoh definitely will win in the sustainability department because they are so close to their base. They can go back to the fountain to heal all the health that they need. But for Powerpuff Girls, they have a long way back home. They need to poke them. They need to force the opponents out. They need to force a recall, and then followed by a subsequent push and farm up on the creeps as well as the jungle. That is the thing that they need. Inuka went straight on for an Oracle instead of a Bloodlust Axe. So he is putting a lot of emphasis onto that magic damage reduction. He's working on that magic resistance, and of course the amount of healing that he gets from Char Residue. Not necessarily anything else from his abilities, but it really is just from the Char Residue. He has to land his abilities in order to make the Oracle work. But on the passive side, of course, he does have the magic reduction, magic resistance, and this is the point of time. Eyes on Inuka. Take a look at the amount of damage that everyone is just putting right on the table right there. The Dragon Tail ends it all off. Right onto the Lunox. And the Lord, together with a huge wave of creeps, will help Powerpuff Girls end the game onto the core with one fell swoop. Congratulations to Powerpuff Girls. They definitely put themselves in the right track, and they knew exactly what they want to do to fight against CHIJ Toa Payoh. And without a doubt, we all can tell and we all know that CHIJ Toa Payoh is a really strong team, judging from the semifinals that they have played previously. As they had Lee Sun-shin as well as Hanzo, they definitely have these. They have the the mental fortitude to play, and of course the and they know exactly what they want in the team fights. But apparently it didn't quite show off that much in this game, to be honest. I would suppose that what they didn't need is a Lunox in the bottom lane. I'm not a big fan of Lunox in the bottom lane now. You really kind of need a bit more sustainability in your team fights. You need more sustainability in the front lines, right? So right now, the front lines, the only thing that we have is a Hilda as well as a Kufra. That is pretty much all. And you have 3 squishies at the back dealing the damage, which is Kagura, Carry, as well as Lunox. Who breaks this? 2 people. Number 1. Oh wait, 3 people. Number 1, right? We have Yuzong jumping right in after Black Dragon emerges. Number 2, Blazing Duet. He got the movement speed. He can catch up to anyone in the backline. Number 3, a bypassing spell. And that is going to be the Feathered Airstrike. He doesn't really care where everyone is. He finds the squishies. He lands a single shot. And if you guys saw it, a single Feathered Airstrike deals 50% damage. Give or take, maybe 48, 45% onto a Kagura, by the way. And that's not even a hyper carry. It's just a typical mage doing typical mage stuff. So I wouldn't say that Kagura needed the mask. In fact, I think that Kagura actually needed farm as well. She needs the amount of damage with her Semi Umbrella open. A lot of people misconstrue the fact that, mages don't do anything. But mages actually play such a big role in the early stages of the game. They are the one that peel for the enemies, for their team, to allow their hyper carry to get all the farm, get all the kills, KS the mages as much as possible. And if the mage is able to get a kill for them for their own, then perfect. Let it be. Share the kills, share the assists. As long as they're roaming together and as long as they're getting the kills that they need, that is a great team fight rate. And that is a worthy rotation, and you're not wasting any time. Which is something that I would say that Powerpuff Girls definitely did well. As for CHIJ Toa Payoh, the mask on the Kagura was not needed. The draft on the Lunox may not be the best case scenario. In fact, there is a lot more fighters that could do a better job. If they want someone in the damage department, that would definitely be a Jawhead. Jawhead definitely have the damage that parallels with the Lunox. Because what's the main point about Lunox, right? Is that she's got a good escape mechanism with brilliance, but at the same time, she's got a great engaging spell, a great way to kill stragglers. And that is going to be darkening, followed by once you activate darkening, your cooldown for Chaos Assault is extremely low. So that pretty much means that you can keep shooting a Chaos Assault until someone dies. And that is kind of the same thing as what Jawhead is able to do. He's tankier, right? He's tankier. Let it be. And he's got a get closing spell, which is going to be unstoppable force, and not to forget a CC in the form of force ejector. Smart missiles is the main damage that you are able to dish out. And if you are gonna pick up the Blade of Heptasis, that single punch in the face during the animation where the opponent is flying up into the air, that is also gonna deal a lot of damage. So the only downside from having a Jawhead is that you can't exactly win lanes very easily. Whereas for Lunox, you can kind of win lanes. You are ranged. You have the Cosmic Fissure, just pretty much slow the opponents and then go for a single Chaos Assault, and you deal a good amount of damage onto the opponents. And that is pretty much why I would dare to say that Lunox was on par with the Yuzong, right? That is probably one of the only reason. And if there is if Yuzong deals the damage onto the Lunox and he back off immediately, then Starlight Pulse will come in to save the day to help her regain back the health. That is where Jawhead lose in department. He doesn't have any form of regeneration, doesn't have any forms of sustainability, and that is the main reason I would say that Jawhead is not good in the laning phase in some sense, but he still does extremely well in 1 versus 1 fights, right? As long as you pick up the high and dry, boom, level 4, you got yourself a kill. Simple, easy. Just wait for the creeps to be dead. Just go right in, all in. Speaking of all in, this is pretty much an all in from both of them as well. Let us take a look at the draft because we are looking at a best of 5 series. We got Powerpuff Girls that need to get one more win in order to hit match point. And for CHIJ Toa Payoh, they need to get one win for themselves just so that they can level out the playing field. Powerpuff Girls, will they ban the Hanzo again? That's the question. Are they going to ban the Hanzo again? Yi Sun-shin may be available for CHIJ Toa Payoh if Powerpuff Girls don't ban the Yi Sun-shin. So it's an either-or scenario. It's a Hanzo or a Yi Sun-shin. They did not ban either. So CHIJ Toa Payoh may actually go for either Yi Sun-shin or Hanzo. It really depends on the lineup of Powerpuff Girls. If Powerpuff Girls have deterrence against Hanzo, they will end up picking Yi Sun-shin. So CHIJ Toa Payoh, I think it's time for you guys to ban Selena. Wait. Ban Selena. Pick Yi Sun. Make Powerpuff Girls think that you want to pick that Hanzo. Play the mind games.
Your team is picking.
Question is it really gonna be a mind game though? Is CHIJ Toa Payoh really gonna go for Yi Sun-shin? Powerpuff Girls can steal the Yi Sun-shin first,
Uranus.
Your team.
but they go for the Uranus first. I can understand that wholeheartedly. I can understand that. But CHIJ Toa Payoh, they have to pick the hyper carry last. So CHIJ Toa Payoh, you got a Jawhead that's available for you. You can pick the Jawhead. Or Hilda. Yeah, sure.
Is picking.
By all means. Powerpuff Girls, they have the access to Jawhead. they have the access to Bauman, they have the access to Yi Sun Shin as well. If they force the Yi Sun Shin on their side, that means CHIG Toa Payoh will go for the Hanzo. But they want to counter against the Hanzo. They want to bait the Hanzo. Is that what Powerpuff Girls would want to do?
Kufa.
Your team is
Kufran that
picking.
can jump, Chang'e that can wipe out the team really fast from a distance with Meteor Shower, but at the same time really fragile to Devastator. They went for the Yi Sun
Your
Shin,
team
but they
is
did not
banned.
pick on the last pick. I really hoped that they went for the last pick instead. I really hope they could have went for the last pick instead. Because, you know, Powerpuff Girls, they have not really shown their cards to show that they are ready to counter against a Hanzo. It's not that apparent yet.
Your team is banning.
They banned the Roger. I guess they understood the impact of what Yi Sun Shin. They understood the value that Yi Sun Shin is able to offer to the playing field. And so they realized, you know what? The opponents haven't picked a hyper carry. We need to pick the Yi Sun Shin for ourselves. There's a lot of ways that they can play this. There's a lot of ways. Right now, CHIG Toa Payoh is looking more towards the defensive side, the aerial denial, just so that they can allow their Yi Sun Shin to play safe. But hey, Hanzo can do it pretty. Hanzo can do a pretty good job next to the Fasa while the Feathered Airstrike is happening as well. But it could also end up into a 2 versus 1, whereby it becomes a 2-for-1, right? So one person jumps in, gets a kill onto both the Hanzo as well as the Fasa. So it may not sound good at all to a certain extent. Bauman and Roger ban.
Ruby.
Your
Ruby
team
now.
is picking.
Ruby has been extremely famous nowadays, I realize. A lot of people have been picking Ruby more. Alice, who's not playing Popol and Koopa or Fasa because Popol and Koopa is banned. Fasa is picked. So now,
Your team is picking.
wow. What a reverse.
Akai.
Uno reverse, guys. Uno reverse. Hanzo on Powerpuff Girls. What are they doing? So what I'm thinking is that, you know, you guys did this. We are now going to do this to you now. Man. I love this game already. I love this. Oh my. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, Powerpuff Girls versus CHIG Toa Payoh. We are in the grand finals, best of 5, game number 2. Game number 1 went over to Powerpuff Girls, and now it is time for CHIG Toa Payoh to win back their redemption. Now the question is Hanzo able to carry his team? Or rather, is his team able to defend Hanzo long enough? How exactly is Powerpuff Girls going to be playing? Are they going to go for the aggressive route I initially, you know, expected CHIG Toa Payoh to do in the start of the round? That is a question that can be answered only by the gameplay of
The enemy
Powerpuff
reaches
Girls.
the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
It does seem like Powerpuff Girls is gonna go for the defensive route, right? They just want to secure the buff for themselves. They do not want to push up to the opponent's jungle or immediately right off the bat, right? CHIG Toa Payoh, they are ready for something like that as well. But CHIG Toa Payoh, they definitely, I believe that they should know how to deal with a situation like this, where the opponent picks up a Hanzo for themselves, right? So Hanzo gotten himself with the red buff in the bottom lane, and Powerpuff Girls, they have dragged enough time for Hanzo to come back to take the EXP and gold of the Ballista as well as the Mage. and now they're going to bring themselves towards the opponents, or rather the top side, Lethal Wanderer, and head themselves down to the bottom, to their own purple buff. While Inuka finds himself in a relatively tough spot. He managed to get himself away with consecration. No. Well, what's the name of the skill again? Transcendent Ward. He gets himself a Transcendent Ward. Consecration ultimate. And things are looking nifty, I would say. Things are looking rather normal is on a stalemate because it's still too early to say. What I'm expecting is that top lane Inuka definitely wins, but looking at things, I believe that Ruby's amount of damage that he can deal in a single instance is a little bit high, so he would require some help at the top lane. We do have the Pinnacle Ninja that's just going to be activated, coming in from Powerpuff Girls. CHRG Toa Payoh's Ruby did manage to get himself away with a single flicker to get himself right under the turret's nose. So things are looking pretty a-okay for CHRG Toa Payoh, and that is valuable time wasted for the side of Powerpuff Girls. The Demon Thorn is going to be activated. EVD HP is down low. They're just putting a lot of their attention onto Kampai, but unfortunately, Mac is back as well as Fasa has created quite a wall and has enabled the enabled the flee of Kampai. A lot of wasted opportunities. A lot of wasted opportunities that could have gotten Powerpuff Girls a single kill. They almost gotten the kill on Akai. They also almost gotten the kill onto the opponent, onto the Yisun Shin. But unfortunately for Powerpuff Girls, that is where their Fasa came in to shine. Came in right in the nick of time. Used the spells just so that he's able to destroy the Pinnacle Ninja.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
Turtle is up in 5 seconds. There isn't any significant kind of dominating lane coming in from Powerpuff Girls nor CHRG Toa Payoh. Pinnacle Ninja activated, but to no fruition. Kampai receiving a decent amount of poke damage, but that is exactly what a tank pretty much does. Powerpuff Girls is moving towards to the top lane. I believe that what they're trying to do is really trying to get the turtle if they are able to, but they have to find themselves with a little bit of kills. They have to find themselves some free kills. We got a meteor shower activated. Mark back with a really nice size hook going on about. Kampai going down to the hands of EVD. Take on your eyes on the top lane. Inuka with a good amount of burst, or rather a good amount of poke right onto Chew. But he's pretty much still safe and sound. The main point of Powerpuff Girls is being able to bring down one enemy to farm. And that is going to come in the form of Kampai, in the form of Akai. That is a risky call coming from Inuka, jumping right under the turret's range. Miku joins in with Pinnacle Ninja with the Devastator right about time, but unfortunately his Devastator did not came in the right moment and in the wrong place, because Buck is back intuitively went in for the hook, gets the kill onto Uranus, and the whole of Devastator did not even land, and his Pinnacle Ninja popped off dead immediately after the Devastator ended. He didn't even manage to go for the Demon Thorns. Wasted. Does seem like Powerpuff Girls Hanzo is not really quite working well. Is not as, as stompy as the previous game that we saw CHRG Toa Payoh working on. But we can still say that it is on a stalemate because the amount of gold is still tallies up. It definitely tallies up. Fate with the steal of the purple buff, ensuring that the opponent is unable to take any buff for themselves. Alice finds himself being hit on by Hilda. I don't think that Alice goes that way. But here we have, ladies and gentlemen, the Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage onto the heads of Chew. There was nothing in between of, well, literally from the Yisun and the opponents, right? It was an easy jump coming in from Powerpuff Girls, and they had no problems dealing with both the Yu Sun-shin as well as the Akai. It was a swift, easy kill. Turret is down in the bottom lane. What's more coming from CHI Toa Payoh as well as Powerpuff Girls? What else are they going to be showing us? Devastator coming in, but unfortunately, it does seem like the Hanzo is not interested in going up with a wild police chase against CHI Toa Payoh. They're just going to be playing things a little bit slowly, making sure that Hanzo is able to get a decent amount of farm. But amount of burst damage coming in right onto Inuka. The meteor shower is just going to be activated, allowing Chang'e to get himself a single kill. But here comes Kampai, coming from behind. But eyes on Jewel. He's currently being tackled on by 3 men. But I guess the movement speed coming in from Hilda just a little bit too much. But here comes Dain with Inuka with the Ionic Disc. Getting the kill right on top of Hilda once again. Kampai completely slowed down by Fate, and he's just going to be sandwiched in between by 4 men of Powerpuff Girls. The top lane second turret is definitely going to go down without a question, while our Alice is just going to be proxying the farm, exactly what Marcus Back is doing. And Inuka playing a little bit boldly, if you ask me. Definitely bold. He is wandering right inside of CHI Toa Payoh's base, and is just taunting them to get to him. And right when I say taunt, he literally went out for an emo. Powerpuff Girls has definitely gotten what they wanted. They have gotten a good amount of kills at the top lane. They have managed to get themselves the second tier turret as well. They managed to...
Hey, not bad.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that timing. Oh my god, Hanzo feels bad. Feels so bad. In case you guys did not realize what happened, or in case you guys did not know what happened, right? We've got Hanzo trying to go for the kill on the turtle. The turtle was literally at a really low amount of health. And the timing from Yu Sun-shin with the Mountain Shocker came in and killed the turtle. The Mountain Shocker onto Miku is the one that killed the turtle. Oh my god. Absolutely insane. Now that is going to be money in the bank for CHI Toa Payoh, man. But I don't think that is enough. In the meantime, Jewel LF is going to be absolutely melted down by the meteor shower from Fate. And I believe that this is the start of a devastation coming from CHI Toa Payoh. We do have the Hurricane Dance coming from Kampai, so we now know that the CC ability coming from Kampai is now close to non-existent. EVD channeling up onto the Tyrant's Revenge, but did not land because he expects that there won't be any more follow-up. Ionic Disc is unavailable for Inuka, but it's okay because the amount of cooldown from Ionic Disc is going to be very low, and the Tyrant's Revenge jumps right onto the Akai because he knows that there is no more Hurricane Dance. He can jump onto the tank however and whenever he wants, and no one will stop him. And in the meantime, you can pretty much take a look at the bottom lane. We do have the top turret. Top lane turret destroyed by the... Okay. Well, either way, the bottom lane turret is now down by the hands of Hanzo, and a lot of the members coming in from Powerpuff Girls that are congregating together at the bottom lane is ready to go for the Lord, and of course to flush CHI Toa Payoh out. EVD with a really nice jump with the Tyrant's Revenge right onto the Faster, or rather, yeah, on the Faster. And now, Meteor Shower, Devastator. Well, how about the Demon Thorn? Where's the Demon Thorn? It did not go up! Mark is back! He stays alive! Gets a kill on the Kufra as well! On the flip side, look at Kampai. He managed to stall enough time. He managed to split the battle into half. And he forced Powerpuff Girls away. Because this is what CHI Toa Payoh needed to do. They need to take a single kill, or rather they need to slowly kill the stragglers of Powerpuff Girls. Single out the enemies, and then win by the map domination. That is ultimately what I think is necessary for Powerpuff Girls, right? Slowly plays it out. Sorry, coming from CHI Toa Payoh. Slowly play it out. And Inuka, he is just stacking onto his passive, trying to get the sustainability before he even jumps onto the lane. He needs that movement speed as well. Do whatever that he can before jumping in. And here we have Devastation and the Demon Thorn immediately wiping out that Yu Sun-shin from the surface of this earth. And even the Meteor Shower right on top of Akai. Ladies and gentlemen, the power of our Hanzo. Hanzo can just jump right in with no care in the world. And speaking of no care in the world, Inuka just jumped right into the face of CHI Toa Payoh. The top lane, there still is a ballista, and they really, really want to bring this turret down. Inuka doesn't really care at all. He really needs a Transcendent Ward to get himself away, but I guess that it is still under cooldown. The creep jumps in. The creep walks in, and Inuka punches down the turret, and the inhibitor turret in the top lane is definitely gonna go down right now. And Chu, he went a little bit too deep in. There's no way that he's gonna get out because of the bouncing ball. Up comes the Hurricane Dance pushes everyone away. He's pretty much safe and sound for now. But the most important thing is they do not have to use Sushin. So Miku goes in with the Pinnacle Ninja, gets the kill onto Akai once again. Mark joins in the fray. He's gonna get a go for the hooks. Tries to go for the kill on the Fate as well. But the amount of damage he has is just not damn enough. The Tyrant's Rage just going to be immediately melting the Ruby down. And CHI Toa Payoh finds themselves in a relatively bad spot. And Miku finishing off the Hilda with the Demon Thorns. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hanzo play from Powerpuff Girls have definitely gotten themselves this game for sure. It doesn't seem one-sided at all, but the kills is relatively one-sided if you ask me. But here we have the Hurricane Dance bought enough time to ensure that the Pinnacle Ninja does not do anything to his squishy backline. And it's just gonna take a little bit more time until we get the Pinnacle Ninja's recharge back on. Because that's the only thing that will refuel the Pinnacle Ninja, and that is to get more kills. Make more kills, as in more jungle kills. That's why you can pretty much see, you know, the Hanzo literally just walking around, wandering from places to places. And now I believe that he's going to go for the Little Wanderer, and then followed by getting a kill onto the Lord. Because once he gets the Lord, he's just going to be pushing up in the top lane. So the middle lane and the bottom lane will be a lot easier. While the rest of the members from Powerpuff Girls, they're just trying to buy so much time for the Hanzo. Wait, what? Oh, Ruby went in. He identified what has happened. He managed to get a kill, but only at the cost of his own life. EVD tries to come in, goes for the Tyrant's Rage, managed to buy enough time to allow the Chang'e to run away and not to be killed by Yisushin. But Yisushin is all the way out in the open, completely out of position. The greed is real. The greed is so real. And now 3 members from CHI Toa Payoh is absent. Powerpuff Girls, they are not going to be complacent just yet. They're not going to go straight for the GG push in the top lane. They want to go for the reliable down of the turret in the middle lane, and followed by the end of the core through the middle lane. Congratulations to the Powerpuff Girls as they score the win again for game number 2 of this best of 5 grand finals. Things are starting to get spicier, and of course things are starting to get a lot scarier now, because, well, Powerpuff Girls, they are looking at a match point already. Some end of the game analysis that we're going to be looking at again. Alice, has picked up the mask. Now, actually, I'm not so against the mask, because Alice is more about survivability, right? It's more about survivability. It's not really so much on dealing the damage. We will take a look at that later. So he's got the Divine Glaive, he's got the Wisdom, Wand of Wisdom, Lightning Truncheon, as well as Winter Truncheon. So there is still some good amount of damage. But the main important point of Alice is really just to zone the enemies out, and of course to make your presence known. Make people move away from your ultimate, because if there's anyone inside of your ultimate, well, you're never gonna die, all right? So there's really no reason for there's really no reason for you to be attacking the Alice. So, well, either way, take a look at the item pickups coming from Hanzo. He went for the Raptor Machete, Blaze of Heptasis, Endless Battle, and he's on his way to getting himself the Blade of Despair. He doesn't even need that. But surprise, 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 he's not the one that's damaged. In fact, it does seem like Fate that dealt the most damage. And in fact, that is something that I completely understand why Alice went for the mask. Because they had the Chang'e. Chang'e is the one that shouldn't have the mask. Because the the support, the mage, right? The mage that does damage should not have the mask. And that is why the Chang'e is not the one to get the mask. And in fact, it is the Alice that got a mask instead, right? So it makes sense now. It absolutely makes sense. While on the flip side, we're going to be taking a look at the opponent side, which is going to be CHIG Toa Payoh. They went for the mask on a Fasa, which is a no-no. Why? Okay, so Fasa picked up the necklace of Durance. That's great. The Ruby picked up the sea helmet. That is great as well. But I don't think the mask was necessary. Fasa's control, aerial control, is definitely a thing that should not be should be reckoned with, and having a mask is just gonna bring down the threat level of the feathered airstrike. Because even if you land the feathered airstrike, it does not guarantee you a kill. And in fact, you can't kill anyone who's under 50% HP. Because that is what exactly a Fasa is able to do without a mask. Because you have so much farm. To the point that Fasa is now have lower amount of gold than the tank. So he really doesn't. Fasa really doesn't do anything in this game. So I recommend that the mages, support mages, do not pick up the mask anymore. Really, they really should. They really should. Oof. I hope that that is going to be a change coming in for the side of CHIG Toa Payoh. Maybe they do have their explanations. Maybe there are different things that they have in their mind. But so far, what I seen and what I know of is that the usually mages that does really well, they don't have a mask. And in fact, I may be wrong, because there could be a possibility that Fasa did not buy the mask throughout the entire game, but ever since that he dipped down below Arkai, she bought the mask so that he can get the goal running, right? That is also one of the possibilities that may be there that I didn't see. So I'm not going to say that he did something wrong. Oh, you shouldn't buy the mask here and there, something like that. No, I'm just saying that most mages that deals a lot of damage doesn't have mask. Be it if whether they had a mask in the early stages of the game or at late stages of the game, at a point of time, the mask will go away, right? Or there will be no. So now we're just gonna give you guys a little bit of a BB, and we'll be right back with you guys with the potentially grand finals if Powerpuff Girls were to win the last game, or perhaps maybe even CHIG Toa Payoh draws game number 3. We'll find out more after this short break. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back yet again to Legends of Toa Payoh Online Tournament. And we are halfway through the best of 5 grand final series with Powerpuff Girls taking in 2 games to the name. And unfortunately for CHRG Toa Payoh, they have yet to get a win. Perhaps this is a point of time where we may see CHRG Toa Payoh get a single win. I really hope to see how they're going to play this out. Maybe this is the point of time that they would want to pull out their trump card, and that is going to be the Hanzo. Or are they? I'm not too sure. Because Powerpuff Girls had took things to their own hands and picked up the Hanzo for themselves, and of course destroyed CHRG Toa Payoh using their own bamboozling skills, right? So CHRG Toa Payoh was the one that picked up that Hanzo first in their game, and unfortunately, they have yet to pull it off against Powerpuff Girls because game number 1 was banned. It was banned, and game number 2 they picked up the Yi Sujin first, only to be bamboozled by that Hanzo pick from Powerpuff Girls. And it doesn't seem like they are able to withstand the aggression coming in from Hanzo, and it just came from absolutely nowhere, right? The Pinnacle Ninja just flies through terrains and it just comes straight in with the Devastator, and followed by a Demon Thorn, which immediately kills off that Yushin student. And as you can tell by the later stages of the game, that was where, Yushin just kind of gave up a little. Really just gave up a little bit, and it just doesn't really want to care so much about getting the kills anymore. It doesn't really I wouldn't say that maybe he gave up. I would say perhaps he's just trying to go for a little bit of that greedy plays, just wants to kill someone off, especially I think that was the Chang'e. But either way, let's put the past on just leave the past as the past. Let us take a look at what we have. Legends of Toa Payoh Online, Legends of Toa Payoh Online tournament between CH and Toa Payoh versus Powerpuff Girls. We've got CH and Toa Payoh on the left side and Powerpuff Girls onto the right side. Take a look at the bands, Fasa, Popol and Koopa. We've got Uranus as well as Khalid being banned. So, well, we know exactly why CHRG Toa Payoh banned for the Popol and Koopa as well as the Fasa. Just all you gotta do is take a look at the name, this player's name in Powerpuff Girls. His name literally is Popol or Fasa. They do not want to give him play his main. They does not want to let him play his comfort. And in the meantime, Powerpuff Girls goes for a pick on a Fanny, a Shadow pick, a Hover. No way, no, it's too early. It's too early for them to show off the Fanny. There's no way. They're baiting us. They are not picking the Fanny. So what they can pick is an Atlas. And I would believe that they would want to pick an Atlas. No, they're just playing around. So, Yuzong being picked out. We do have Chang'e being picked up by Powerpuff Girls. Alright. CHRG Toa Payoh is hovering onto Sicilian, and they're also hovering onto the Fanny. Oh my god, this game is hilarious. Okay, so we know that that's not gonna happen, right? We all know that's not gonna happen. So CHRG Toa Payoh, they have got the fighter in line, the support mage in line. They will want to take a look at the tank, which very likely may be a Kufra, could be an Atlas, and in this case, it's gonna be an Atlas. And throwing Powerpuff Girls over, will be able to get that Kufra very, very likely. If they don't pick up the Kufra right now, CHRG Toa Payoh can go for the ban on the Kufra and make sure that Powerpuff Girls don't get a Kufra. And the Cho is out by Powerpuff Girls. Rather interesting. I guess that Cho can also be kind of like a counter, and of course readying up if the opponent actually pick up a Fanny, or if they were to pick up the Fanny. Powerpuff Girls ended up with a ban onto Hanzo. They do not want to give CHRG Toa Payoh any form of, any form of leverage to use their Hanzo, and that is something that I absolutely respect. Powerpuff Girls absolutely understood what should be in their minds, and CHRG Toa Payoh though, they will want to go for the final ban. I don't think that they're gonna ban either Roger or Yisujin, because they know that Powerpuff Girls is gonna pick either one of them, and notably would be Yisujin first. Or else, I don't think that they will want to give CHRG Toa Payoh the Yisujin, right? Today? We shall see. They are still missing out on the tank. They can go for a... Oh,
Your
they're
team
actually
is
focusing on
picking.
Roger. So CHIJ Toa Payoh have the opportunity to pick out a Yi Sun Shin, and it does seem like they are hovering onto a Ruby.
Ruby.
Okay. Is it really gonna be a Ruby though? I mean, sorry, is it not? Is it gonna be a Yi Sun Shin though? They have a few seconds left to make it count, and it does seem like they may go for the Lancelot.
Your
Oh,
team is picking.
okay. Now, it doesn't seem like a perfect synergy kind of thing going on for me. It doesn't seem like they are extremely strong, but I suppose that they are rather reliant. Guinevere? Cho tank. Cho tank. Okay, so they're going for Cho tank. Wait, didn't Powerpuff Girls do something like this before? They went for like a hyper carry Leomon. Not say hyper carry Leomon, but they are focusing on Leomon with a lot of farm. Or was that CHIJ Toa Payoh? Oh man, I can't really quite remember. But okay, so I can understand that Cho can be the tank. They are gonna be having the Roger definitely going to the middle lane together with Chang'e as well as Cho. Okay, Cho, Chang'e as well as the Roger. Top lane Guinevere, and the bottom lane would be was it Uranus? Someone Yuzong? No, I can't remember who was the fighter. Who was the other fighter? But let's take a look at which is going to be the full. Oh, it actually was Yuzong. Okay. Well, CHIJ Toa Payoh, we are looking at Hilda. That is going to be going to the top lane. We've got the Sicilian in the middle lane together with Lancelot, as well as the Atlas, as well as the Yuzong and the Ruby at the bottom. So a tank Cho, huh? It's been very long since I've even seen a tank Cho going about. Let's take a look at how exactly Powerpuff Girls is going to be playing this out, and what exactly kind of special thing that they have in store for us. Wait, Kimas, why do I randomly hear a Guinevere when Guinevere is all the way at the top lane? Wait, what? That's weird. But anyways, I'm not a big fan of Guinevere. Okay, back then last time, like I love Guinevere. I absolutely love Guinevere. But right now, I'm not really that big of a fan of Guinevere anymore. There's a lot of things that has been changed from with Guinevere, especially when it comes to what was the thing? Oh yeah, the Magic Thumb, right? Magic Thumb takes like a longer animation to cast. You have a small little delay before you actually land down onto the Magic Thumb, and that was a really big nerf over to Guinevere. And that was really sad, because at the point of time, I was actually like maining Guinevere. I was playing Guinevere so much. I love it. But until that nerf came out, I just didn't like it anymore. But in the meantime, CHIJ Toa Payoh went all in and tried to go for the aggressive, really good Sanguine Claws coming in from that from CHIJ Toa Payoh to push, or rather, to pull both the Cho as well as Roger together to ensure that the players from Powerpuff Girls do not get closer and closer to the whittling health of Kanpai. Wait, what? Why is he doing that?
Request backup.
I have actually no idea why is he doing that. But now, we know for sure that Ruby is going for an all-out proxy, right? Proxy all the way to the the Ruby and the Yuzong is doing the exact same thing. My oh my, what is happening here? And now the side laners coming in from the bottom lane, they are ready to congregate together and try to do something to the middle lane, perhaps right about now. That was rather hilarious. I don't even know what happened there. But never mind that. CHIJ Toa Payoh has headed himself to the top lane. Magic Thumb that will be activated coming in for Guinevere. And of course, gets himself far away from Kanpai. They will be safe and sound for now. The creep waves is just going to be pushing out. Unfortunately, was not able to get a proxy kill onto that creep waves in order to get down the first tier turret in the top lane. While most of the players coming in from Powerpuff Girls, they are focusing a lot. EVD getting the kill right down onto that Atlas. But unfortunately, that is where Lancelot comes back in and kills Guinevere. That's not the nice thing to see, Lancelot. The both of you is supposed to be a tag team, man. The both of you is supposed to be a tag team. But looking at it, right? CHH Toa Payoh, they only have a single person with the Purify. So as long as Powerpuff Girl went straight in and managed to get a really good Violet Requiem, then CHH Toa Payoh can pretty much say that they are done for, right? So they are, it is quite important that the Furious dive as well as the Violet Requiem kind of comes in together. I think that both of them plays a really big part. And in the meantime, Inuka gets himself right in. Unfortunately, was not able to get himself away from the grasp of that Hilda. The amount of kills that's been churning out from CHH Toa Payoh is a lot more than what Powerpuff Girls was expecting. Fate uses up the Purify to get himself away from that Fatal Link activated by Kanpai. So it's pretty good that he ensured that he's safe and sound and does not give CHH Toa Payoh any further kills. And Joe with the Way of the Dragon right on top of the Atlas. There is no way that he could stay alive. There is no way that he can stay alive. He allowed the Roger to get that final hit, and it does seem like they are focusing themselves back down to the bottom lane. Unfortunately, Joe no longer have the Way of the Dragon, perhaps just waiting for a little bit more time. The Dragon emerges. Black Dragon emerges, just gonna be jumping right on top of Marcus back. Take a look at the amount of knockups apparent onto CHIJ's knockup. And just like that, we also have a good amount of that Fatal Links right on top of Inuka. One man down, Popol and Fasa. Why do you go back? He goes down to the Lancelot and he gets himself away with the Phantom Execution. So he's still stay alive, he's still pretty much a-okay. While EVD is a little bit busy at the top lane trying to push the turret as fast and as much as he could. While CHJ Toa Payoh, they don't really know what to do. It does seem like they want to focus a little bit more farms to allow their Sicilian as well as Lancelot get online to allow them to beat down the Powerpuff Girl. And here comes the jump. Very likely EVD with a Violet Requiem right on top of the head of Marcus back. But it does seem like Ruby is just a little bit tankier than you would seem like. But EVD still managed to connect the final dots from one to another. He gets the kill right down on the Ruby. And EVD, surprisingly, is actually not going down to the Bat Swarm at all. I have no idea why he's not dying at all. Fate, he's still behind with the meteor shower. The amount of damage is just busting down the Lancelot. So yet another man coming in from the CHI Toa Payoh is completely knocked out of this round. And now Powerpuff Girls will have so much entryway towards the turtle, and they can also push down the second tier turret in the top lane. It's an either-or situation. It can bring down a lot of damage onto the second tier turret. They can also get the turtle for themselves. Things are looking to be pretty darn good for Powerpuff Girls so far. The Cho tank is also working towards their advantage. It is very, it does seem like it is quite a knock-up reliant team, right? In the meantime, a single man Fatal Links is not enough to get the kill down onto the Cho, due to the fact that there's not a lot of follow-ups coming in. Lancelot goes down. And it does seem like we are looking at a 2-for-1 trade-off. Furious dive from Inuka. The amount of damage from him is just not enough, and he just entered into the turret's range. Sanguine Claws did not land, but the Lycan Pounce gives him the Maniac. How about this? Will we be looking at a Savage coming in? 1 vs 1. Miku for the Marcus back. They are not going for the kill. They're just waiting for the time for it to go straight in. And here we have Inuka, the stealer of the Savage. My oh my, lynch him, send him into the airlock. Inuka stole away the Savage from Miku. My, oh my. Man, that must... I don't know about this. It's relatively funny. But, well, Regardless of that fact, we're looking at Guinevere with a full damage combo, with the Violet Requiem immediately bringing down that Lancelot. And I am relatively sure that this Guinevere goes for full magical damage. He's not going for a hybrid or anything. So very likely go for Magic Crystal, Calamity Reaper, as well as, okay, Magic Crystal not yet, but he's going for the concentrated energy. There are times that after this second core item, they go straight for physical damage, such as Berserker's Fury as well as Scarlet Phantom. I'm not too sure if whether he's going to do that, but looking at the fact that he got up, it does seem like he's on his path to the Magic Crystal. That may very likely be it. The amount of damage coming in from Powerpuff Girls would be from the Violet Requiem, because not a lot of members coming from CHRJ Toa Payoh goes in for have picked up the Purify for their battle spells. So as long as someone gets caught by the Magic Thump, that's GGWP. And not just the Magical Thump, by the way, it is also the Furious Dive, and it is also the Jeet Kune Do. So there is a lot of conditions to allow Guinevere with that Violet Requiem. It's rather composition based, very knockup reliant. But in the meantime, Popolo Faster with the Whale Dragon right on top of Lancelot puts him in a really bad and disadvantageous position, which will allow Powerpuff Girls to immediately take him off of this team fight. And not too sure about this, the Sanguine Claws, the bad impact onto Inuka. He gets himself away with the Furious Dive. It is going to be a 4 versus 4 team fight from this point on, I'm not too sure. But amount of mass recalls coming in from both CHRJ Toa Payoh as well as Powerpuff Girls is gonna be there. Sanguine Claw misses. Cho really wants to work on something like that. They really wants to go in for the aggressive stance. They really want to bring down an inhibitor turret in the middle lane right now. Just suffocating CHRJ Toa Payoh with all forms of pushes, all forms of farming. And you can see how bloodthirsty this Cho is. He's looking for the perfect time to go in with the Jeet Kune Do and get the Way of the Dragon in the face of this Lancelot. As soon as he can, disorientate him, put him out of position, and that is more than enough to shut down the damage coming in from CHRJ Toa Payoh. Wow, the damage from Miku, wow! He did activate the Purify just so that he can escape from the grasp of that Fatal Link. But I don't think that that is all coming in. Inuka is pretty much the first one to go for the initiation, only to be busted down by CHRJ Toa Payoh. Our eyes onto the Sanguine Claws. Just going to be pushing all three members together. We do also have the Winter Truncheon going to be activated for EBD. He made sure that he stays alive and do not go down to CHRJ Toa Payoh. If not, he literally would have been dropped dead there as Donio. The Way of the Dragon pushes out, coming in right on the Chew. The amount of damage, not enough. Fate wasn't quite there, but here comes the Toe. He finished everything off by himself. And Fate was just behind, waiting to give him all the backup that he needs with the Meteor Shower. This is relatively amazing. This is really interesting to see as well. This Cho has got a good amount of damage to his arsenal as well, despite being the tank. Kampai is gonna be moving around, trying to face check into the brushes, making sure that his team will have the clear passageway towards pushing down the mid lane as well as bottom lane to get a little bit more farm for himself. The Lord will now be tackled on by Powerpuff Girls. Miku is more than enough to take on this 12-minute Lord, and the enhanced Lord will rush down. Oh, Kampai lost by a few seconds in, and now the Way of the Dragon is landed in the face of Atlas. They have lost their frontliners now. No more Fatal Links now. Powerpuff Girls, they are ready to go all out and all into CHRJ Toa Payoh's base, as you can pretty much tell from the Black Dragon emerges right onto Chew. He managed to get himself away with the Phantom Execution, but not enough to get himself away from the rest of that ability stick out coming in from Powerpuff Girls. And ladies and gentlemen, this may very much be it. They're just dragging things out. The amount of creeps, the amount of lot, they are whacking down on the core. And Powerpuff Girls has gotten themselves a flawless victory through the grand finals, this best of 3 grand finals with a 0-3 win. And ladies and gentlemen, The Powerpuff Girls are our number one. It's gonna be our champion, and the Powerpuff Girls has saved the day. Okay. So congratulations over to Powerpuff Girls. They're gonna go back home with $300 SGD. And of course, for CHIJ Toa Payoh, they're gonna go back home with 200 SGD. A great thank you to everyone. And the game has been nothing short of amazing. But before we even jump off, it is time for us to do the post-game analysis and find out what exactly happened in the last game. This game has been nothing but amazing. I thought that CHIJ Toa Payoh did relatively well in the later stages of the game, but 12 minutes end is a pretty fast end. And not to forget, the score kills is about 11 deficit, right? The amount of unity coming in from Powerpuff Girls is strong. Not gonna We do have a good item build coming in from Roger. The typical item build, I would say, you build up the Raptor Machete and ensure that no one else builds the Raptor Machete to steal all of the jungle creeps away from him and steal the amount of stacks that he can put on his Raptor Machete. That is exactly what I'm talking about, right? And of course, the rest of the team, we've got Fate dealing a lot of damage thanks to her Ice Queen wand as well as Glowing Wand. Glowing Wand was like the latest item that she bought, and not to forget also the Necklace of Durance. Although I would say the Necklace of Durance is not like super important, but hey, it is still something, right? It is absolutely something. And of course, looking at Guinevere's, went for the Magic Crystal right after the Winter Truncheon. He's got good amount of damage coming in from the Violet Requiem. Anyone that gets caught in that, except for the Sicilian, they are definitely dead, right? Definitely dead. The Tank of the Chill works out perfectly. Went for the Curse Helm as well as Assault Cuirass. And finally, for our Inuka, the Savage Stealer, the one that should be lynched and thrown into the airlock. He managed to pick up himself with that Blade of Despair, followed by the Bloodlust Axe. Nothing out of the ordinary, if you ask me. And finally, we are looking at the other side as well. This time, to be honest, I will say that CHIJ Toa Payoh, they pretty much got everything that they needed. They got the Raptor Machete just right in place there, and make sure that no one else is taking the Raptor Machete. But the Sicilian has the mask, and that is the only thing that I do not like. Sicilian has the mask. Sicilian would have made so much more impact in this game if he did not have the mask. That is the only thing that ticks me off. And that's the only thing that I would not agree. You see, 40% damage. 40% damage, imagine that. If he doesn't have the mask, how much more damage that he can deal? How much more of the aerial denial that he can deal with the bat impact as well as the back swarm? So much things. The Sanguine Claws that the Sicilian puts down has been nothing short but amazing. Most of his Sanguine Claws were pretty much on point. If you remember at the start of the game, the Sanguine Claws grabbed everyone together, the Cho as well as the Roger together, just to save Kanpai away from the rest of the teams, from Miku as well as the Cho, right? So Sicilian has a lot of potential. If they did not have the mask on Sicilian, in fact, I dare say that they could have prolonged the game even more. And they could even turn the tides to allow Sicilian to peel the enemies, to give the kills all away to Lancelot. Because Lancelot is an assassin, right? Go in, just go straight in, and just don't think about anything else, but deal all the damage that you can. The Phantom Execution is all that you need to finish the kill, right? Man. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, that is all for the insights, and that is all for today's tournament. Thank you so much to everyone and anyone who have stuck with me through early morning at 11 a.m. watching the first game all the way until now. So you guys have got my respect if you guys have been watching all the way. And of course, for those participants, thank you so much for participating. I hope that you guys had fun. You guys have enjoyed yourself, and congratulations to all the players, all the teams that have made it from the first place all the way to the fourth place. And before we go, I also like to give a huge shout out to our organizers, PAYM, Toa Payoh Central Youth Network, as well as the Toa Payoh Central Community Club. Our esports partner, Skoga and Mutant E Project. And Mutant E Project is the one that went out of their way for the prize pool of the 750 SGD. And of course, the sponsors, Kaiju and Nasi Nuri. If you don't know just yet, both of these brands, we do have a coupon for you. Kaiju Cyber 20 for 20% off, as well as Nasi Nuri. All you got to do is just type in Nasi Nuri Cyber 10. Just go to their portal at www.kaijukaiju.com and www.nasinuri.com. You will be able to claim your codes over there and get 20% off in Kaiju Kaiju and 10% off in Nasi Nuri. That is all for me, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abstract. If you'd like to find out more about me, you'd like to, follow me a little bit more, take a look at my Facebook page. Yeah, take a look at my Facebook page. Facebook.com/abstract. You can also take a look at me at Instagram or Twitter or literally anywhere else. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not gonna drag you guys back anymore. Thank you so much for watching, and I shall see you guys next time.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Godlike. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Ally has legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Tagaki will devour you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.